Chapter 12-13 Act 2. The battle continued for an hour. No wonder General Dart said this was a fierce war. It was tough for martial warriors to fight ferociously like this. The exhaustion of force was enough to put them in a dire situation. Dark apparitions had no senses, so they could attack continuously, but martial warriors couldn't. If they didn't replenish their stamina and force in time, they wouldn't be able to engage in a protracted war. That was why they took turns fighting their enemy. Before the first batch of martial warriors got exhausted, another one would replace them. The recovery speed of a martial warrior who exhausted half of his forces and one who exhausted all of them was different. For the first scenario, the recovery speed was faster, giving them more time to deal with sudden circumstances on the battlefield. The battlefield was ever-changing. It would be lethal if the dark apparitions launched a full-fledged attack while the human martial warriors were greatly exhausted. As Wang Teng was observing the situation on the battlecraft, more battlecraft arrived at the third front line. Besides Wang Teng's team, the other martial warrior teams had also come to reinforce the third front line. General Dart didn't welcome them personally. Not everyone received special treatment like Wang Teng. They got distributed by the officers below and quickly went to their positions, defending certain parts of the wall and preparing for the full-blown assault. Box and Oval. C0M time passed slowly. They resisted waves and waves of low-rank dark apparitions. The light faction accumulated many casualties. Explosions echoed on the battlefield. The dried ground was once again drenched in repulsive red and black blood. Devil moth dark apparitions. A shocking exclamation was heard on the battlefield. Everyone's expressions changed. They looked up at the sky and saw a patch of black mist floating toward the wall. Hideous devil moth dark apparitions could be faintly seen within the black mist. They were the real high-rank dark apparitions. Some dark apparition races with names had high intelligence and innate talents. They were hard to deal with. General Dart's expression changed. The dark apparitions' attack had officially started. Wind element martial warriors, prepare to blow the poisonous mist away. Prevent the devil moth dark apparitions from getting within 300 meters of the walls, General Dart ordered loudly. Swoosh. Martial warriors flew up from behind the walls and soared toward the devil moth dark apparitions. Wang Teng stood behind. He stared into the sky and watched the imminent war. He wasn't in a hurry to act. As the commander, General Dart had his arrangements. Acting recklessly would mess up his plan. The devil moth dark apparitions were now 500 meters away from them. Dark venom dust was scattered. The dark apparitions flapped their wings, and the dust swept toward the defense wall. The wind element martial warriors hurriedly released their wind force, creating a strong gust of wind. The dark venom dust changed direction and shifted away from the martial warriors. The martial warriors behind the wall heaved sighs of relief. They would be in huge trouble if the dark venom dust floated over. That would mean they got handicapped even before the war officially started. But before they could feel happy, some dark apparitions shot out from the crowd below and charged toward the wind element martial warriors. Oh shit. It's the devil armor dark apparitions, a wind element martial warrior squinted and shouted. Hiss. 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 Immediately after he shouted, a black glow erupted from a devil armor dark apparition. It formed a sharp dark blade and slashed toward the wind element martial warriors. The martial warriors around them got flustered. These dark apparitions concealed themselves among the low-rank dark apparitions below, so they didn't notice them. But there was no time to hesitate. They charged ahead and executed their techniques as they resisted the sharp dark blades. Ah! Ah! Cries of agony were everywhere. The attack was more powerful than expected. All the martial warriors who got hit were cut into two. Some wind element martial warriors defended themselves, but it was useless in front of the blade attack. The majority of the wind element martial warriors lost their lives. The remaining ones were lucky and managed to escape. They retreated furiously with pale faces. One of the devil armor dark apparitions was at the low-tier devil emperor. They had no chances against him. Ha ha ha, trying to run? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The low-tier Devil Emperor sneered and rushed toward the wind element martial warriors, wanting to annihilate them. Damn it! General Dart was infuriated. However, everything happened in the blink of an eye, giving him no time to react. He couldn't even send reinforcements. These wind element martial warriors were extremely useful. They mustn't be killed. Without them, there would be no one to curb the devil moth dark apparitions. The dark faction could invade them without any obstacle and threaten the martial warriors behind. The remaining wind element martial warriors escaped frantically, dodging the attacks of the low-tier Devil Emperor. However, the other devil armor dark apparitions had surrounded them too. Quick, stop them! General Dart bellowed. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors behind the wall rushed out. They couldn't care about retaining strength. They dashed toward the devil armor dark apparitions and tried to block them. Die! Boom! The devil armor dark apparitions roared, and a frightening attack dawned on them. The Cosmos Stage martial warriors were fast and could travel 500 meters within a few breaths, but their opponents were low-tier devil emperors. They weren't any slower, so they wouldn't give them any chance to stop them. Damn it! The remaining wind element martial warriors made a huge decision. They released all the forces in their bodies and prepared for their final struggle. General Dart clenched his fist tightly. He felt helpless. Swoosh! 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 Suddenly, shrill sonic booms resounded in the sky. Multiple rays of light cut through the air and shot toward the devil armor dark apparitions at an incredible speed. Arrows. Light arrows. These were numerous light arrows. They gave off a holy glow. Everyone widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the light arrows. Time seemed to have slowed down. No, that wasn't right. Time didn't slow down. Instead, the light arrows traveled at such a high speed that everything around it seemed to have slowed down. It gave them the illusion that time had stopped. What was unbelievable was, the light arrows vanished in midair as if they were never there. But soon, everyone noticed the change in the devil armor dark apparitions' expressions. They gave up attacking the wind element martial warriors and released their dark force to form a defense shield in front. The space in front of them distorted, and the light arrows shot out. Boom, boom, boom. They slammed on the dark apparitions' defense shields and exploded. The devil armor dark apparitions were thrown back by the powerful impact. They staggered before stabilizing themselves. The wind element martial warriors finally managed to escape the devil's clutches. They immediately retreated behind the wall. Everyone finally regained their senses. They looked in the direction where the light arrows came from. A figure stood tall and straight on the wall, holding a giant bow as high as him. This was the person who shot the light arrows. He's so powerful. What's that? He looks young, but he managed to force the devil armor dark apparitions back. Where did this genius come from? The martial warriors around swallowed their saliva in shock. Good. General Dart was the first to react. He couldn't hold back his excitement and shouted with a huge smile. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 1214, done? Then. It's my turn. 1, yes. General Dart's command brought everyone back to Earth. They finally realized that this young man was wearing a major's uniform. Such a young major. This must be a rare talent. It's him. Some martial warriors recognized Wang Teng and were astounded. He had a conflict with Wendell a few days ago. Many people saw him then, so they were familiar with him. They thought that Wang Ting was just a newbie on the battlefield, but his actions changed their perspective. Those light arrows were impressive. He forced the devil armor dark apparitions back with a single attack and saved the wind element martial warriors from death. Even normal Cosmos Stage martial warriors weren't capable of this. If they were right, those light arrows were created using light force. This meant that Wang Teng was a rare light element martial warrior. Box and Oval. C0M. He was a rare breed. A light element martial warrior was the natural enemy of dark apparitions. He might give them unexpected results. For instance, if he hadn't acted just now, those wind element martial warriors wouldn't be able to come back. Everyone got motivated. Lu Binghong, who had interacted with Wang Ting before, was present too. He was one of the martial warriors who rushed out just now. He didn't manage to save the wind element martial warriors in time, but the newbie that Wendell mocked did. This wasn't just an ability issue. The timing of his attack and speed was right on the money. A newbie with no experience couldn't do this. Is Wendell blind? If this is a newbie, what are they? Wendell and a few other martial warriors stood at a corner of the defense wall. Their expressions were gloomy. Shall we? A martial warrior whispered with an indifferent expression. Are you telling me to act in this situation? Wendell reprimanded. He tried his best to suppress his anger. We need to complete the tasks assigned to us, the martial warrior replied nonchalantly. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water pouring into Wendell's heart. His face turned green. He took a deep breath before saying, "We'll have our chances. There's no need to hurry. You saw what happened just now. If we give him time to mature, we'll have lesser opportunities to act," the martial warrior said. Wendell didn't know what to say. Roar. The devil armor dark apparitions who were thrown back roared in anger. They realized that they were fooled. The light arrows weren't threatening. They only got scared because of the oppressive pressure and the nature of the attack. If they had ignored it and chased after the wind element martial warriors, they wouldn't be injured by the light arrows either. Wang Teng's light force was only at the second-level planetary stage. It wasn't of any threat to low-tier devil emperors. However, he added some strength of Ultima to it, so it contained great strength. At the same time, he executed his space power so that the dark apparitions couldn't see through the real power behind the arrows. Besides, the entire attacking process was extremely short. The light arrows hid in space after they were fired and reappeared right in front of the dark apparitions. They had no time to think. Now, it was too late for them to react. The wind element martial warriors were saved. "Human, how dare you trick me?" The low-tier devil emperor stared at Wang Ting with crimson eyes. To everyone's astonishment, they were speaking in the common universal language. The dark apparitions were advancing with time. "You're stupid. Why are you blaming me?" Wang Teng replied calmly. "Roar. Attack. Kill him." The dark apparitions were infuriated. They immediately gave the order to attack. The dark apparitions behind gave a deafening roar that shook the earth. They flew up and crossed the low-rank dark apparitions in front, heading straight for the wall. The sky turned black. It was like a wave of locusts flying over, sending chills down everyone's spine. "Oh my God, this is scary." Wang Ting jumped down the wall and hid behind others. "Everyone. How did you get scared in a second when you were so fierce just now?" The sudden change in attitude stunned everyone. Was this that talent who forced back the devil armor dark apparitions a moment ago? Did he change his identity? However, this wasn't the time for them to think. Engaging the enemy forces immediately was of first priority. Get ready for the attack. General Dart charged into the sky and bellowed above the walls. Numerous powerful auras exploded behind them as martial warriors rose up from the ground. Balls of colorful force shone brightly in the sky like small suns. Terrifying force fluctuations swept over the sky. The morale of the martial warriors increased. Wang Ting flew into the sky with his team too. He said sternly, "Stay within 300 meters from me." "Yes." Peggy and the others replied quickly. Daichi nodded too. He hadn't healed completely, so staying beside Wang Ting was safer. He knew this clearly. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 12-15 done? Then. It's my turn. 2. Kill them. General Dart gave his order. Countless martial warriors turned into rays of light and shot toward the dark apparitions. Boom. 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 Explosions echoed above the battlefield at the outbreak of war. The devil moth dark apparitions afar continued releasing the dark venom dust until it covered the entire battlefield. Only a small portion of the wind element martial warriors was left. They didn't need any orders and quickly released their wind force to form strong gales, blowing the dark venom dust away. Unfortunately, the ambush from the devil armor dark apparition had crippled their team. They couldn't withstand the large devil moth dark apparitions team. Kill the devil moth dark apparitions. Quick, Stop them from releasing the dust. General Dart noticed what was happening and shouted with an agitated expression. More than 10 martial warriors shot out from the dark apparitions' encirclement and charged toward the devil moth dark apparitions at the highest point. But high-rank dark apparitions were smart too. They wouldn't allow the martial warriors to kill the devil moth dark apparitions. Numerous vampire dark apparitions flew out and stopped the martial warriors. Boom. Box and oval. C0M. As the two parties collided, different colors of force glows slammed into the black glows. Terrifying force impact swept out. There were devil kings and low-tier devil emperors among the vampire dark apparitions. Vampire dark apparitions of these levels were extremely powerful. They flapped their wings, turning them into crimson blades with black patterns. The attacking power was astonishing. Their recovery ability was impressive too. Wounds caused by normal attacks would heal quickly after landing on their bodies. The human martial warriors furrowed their brows when they saw this scene. They could only release all their skills and attack frantically. But they couldn't do anything to these vampire dark apparitions. Some martial warriors were already poisoned by the dark venom dust. The dark venom dust would corrode their force and invade the body through their pores, destroying their forces and vitality. Black patterns appeared on the faces of those contaminated. They gradually lost consciousness and turned into zombies. Roar! A savage and agonizing cry came from their throat. Their limbs were twisted at unimaginable angles. They had been contaminated with dark force. Roar! They suddenly pounced on their companions. Their comrades had now turned into their enemies. This was a natural instinct. After becoming slaves of darkness, they wouldn't attack dark apparitions. They would only assault those in the light faction. General Dart fumed when he saw this. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets in anger. He wanted to act personally, but there was a powerful presence behind the dark apparitions. The aura it released stopped him from moving. If he acted, the powerful dark apparition behind would also take action, aggravating the battle situation. That was why General Dart could only wait for this equilibrium to break. Some distance away, Wang Teng and his team were also slashing the dark apparitions. They were like a sharp blade sweeping through the dark apparitions. Large numbers of dark apparitions were annihilated wherever they went. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and created a region around him. This wasn't a domain. It was just a way to use his spiritual power. An invisible force crept out silently toward the dark apparitions like invisible tentacles. Crowd control. This was a large-scale attack Wang Ting came up with based on his past battle experiences. It was very useful. This method wasn't used to kill the dark apparitions. That would be difficult. However, it was easy for him to affect their movement. Wang Ting's spiritual power surged out. Many dark apparitions suddenly couldn't move for a second. Roar! The dark apparitions were confused. They struggled in anger. The tentacles of spiritual power holding them back broke. But this split second of hesitance was enough to change the outcome. Peggy and the others had ample experience on the battlefield, so they quickly reacted after a moment of daze. They took the chance to kill the dark apparitions. A familiar scene and a familiar way of killing the dark apparitions. Wang Teng couldn't help but remember the war with the dark apparitions on Earth. They were vastly similar. The dark apparitions here were powerful, but Wang Ting's spiritual power was much stronger than before. His spiritual power was at the peak of the celestial realm, and it was extremely pure. Adding the devouring nihility beast, one could only use terrifying to describe him. Dealing with devil kings and below was a piece of cake. This was the first time Peggy and the others felt that a war could be so, relax. Yes, relax. In the past, they had to put in all their effort to kill a high-rank dark apparition at the same level as them. But now, all they had to do was to grab the moment and slay the dark apparitions. They wielded their weapons smoothly. They raised their hands and slashed from the right to the left, killing all the dark apparitions around them. The dark apparitions fell before them one by one. The feeling was amazing. Peggy and the others were delighted and shocked. They glanced at Wang Ting. They sensed the familiar spiritual power, so they knew that he was the one creating chances for them. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 12-16, done? Then. It's my turn. 3. Their astonishment couldn't be described in words. They had no idea that Wang Ting possessed such a powerful ability. He was able to control dark apparitions within such a wide range. How strong was his spiritual power? They couldn't imagine it. Wang Ting controlled the scene while looking at the devil moth dark apparitions. He frowned. The martial warriors hadn't killed the devil moth dark apparitions yet. More and more dark venom dust was being released and scattered over the battlefield. It was affecting the martial warriors greatly. He blinked and contemplated for some time. Then, he released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him. Especially the attribute bubbles dropped after the wind element martial warriors died. These were exceptionally important to him. He needed to raise his wind force so as to give the dark apparitions a good one. Constellation force, wind, asterisk 1500 constellation force, wind, asterisk 2000 imperial level wind talent asterisk 800 box and oval. C0M constellation force, wind, asterisk 2200 constellation force, wind, asterisk 1800 dragon wing tornado asterisk 600 wind tornado scripture asterisk 1500. This was a huge harvest of the wind attribute for Wang Ting. All kinds of wind attribute bubbles merged into his body. There were forces, talents, scriptures, and battle techniques. Boom. The vast amount of wind force entered Wang Ting's body and started flowing around his limbs. Finally, it swarmed into the 9 wind constellations above the Sea of Nihility. The 9 wind constellations meant that Wang Ting was at the 9th level of the planetary stage. Now, as more force surged in, there was a violent vibration. The 9 wind constellations collided toward the center. Soon, the 9 constellations gathered into a large wind element celestial body. As it rose gradually, a strange vitality ran through Wang Ting's body. This was a jump in his quality of life. Wang Ting's wind force finally reached the celestial stage. His life was transformed, and he became even more powerful. Constellation wind force, 1610,000, celestial stage first level. Wang Ting's wind talent had reached the divine level, so the imperial level talent was useless. However, the wind tornado scripture and the dragon wing tornado were important. Wind tornado scripture, 503,000, well-versed, dragon wing tornado, 601,000, foundation, dragon wing tornado. You came at the right time. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The execution method of the dragon wing tornado appeared in his mind. Using this battle technique, he could create a powerful tornado that was strong enough to sweep through the battlefield. It was just the thing to deal with the dark venom dust. Unfortunately, only at the foundation level. Wang Ting glanced at his attributes panel and hesitated. He was caught in a dilemma. He had used all his blank attributes to raise his alchemy level, so there wasn't any left for dragon wing tornado. Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard from afar. Wang Ting turned involuntarily and saw a martial warrior self-exploding after getting poisoned by the dust. He chose to destroy himself before he turned into a dark apparition. This was a huge stimulation to the martial warriors around him. Martial warriors rarely committed suicide. If they did, it meant that they had no other choices. No one expected the dark venom dust to force the martial warriors to such a tight corner. Kill them. The martial warriors' self-destruction infuriated the others. Their resistance reached a new fervor, and they started slashing the dark apparitions without caring about themselves. Wang Teng's face turned cold. He stopped thinking too much and executed the dragon wing tornado. He just needed a little more time to execute it. It shouldn't affect anything. However, he didn't give up his crowd control. He was able to multitask, so he continued releasing his spiritual power while executing the dragon wing tornado. It didn't hinder anything. The next instant, Wang Ting shot high into the sky. He needed an empty space to execute his wind element technique. Then, he activated his wind force based on the execution method of the dragon wing tornado. In an instant, a gale started blowing around Wang Ting. The wind started small but quickly turned violent. It spun around Wang Ting. Swoosh. The gale transformed a tornado at a visible speed. It circled at high speed with Wang Ting in the center. Many people got attracted and looked over. General Dart was stunned before smiling. Major Wang Ting always gave him huge surprises. He came up with a solution when they couldn't deal with the devil moth race. Looking at the intensity of the wind force, he could blow the majority of the dark venom dust away. Also, the skill was still in activation. It hadn't formed entirely. It would only be stronger after it was completely executed. Soldiers, hold on. Major Wang Ting is executing a wind element technique. It will blow the dark venom dust away, General Dart shouted to invigorate his soldiers. The low-tier Devil Emperor from the Devil Armor race snorted. He clutched his giant axe and threw it out. The frightening dark axe glow threw the two Cosmos stage martial warriors out, creating an opening. He charged toward Wang Ting. Kill him. His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. Numerous dark apparitions broke free and flew toward Wang Ting. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Com. Chapter 12:17. If you're done. It's my turn. 4. Wang Ting felt like cursing. He believed that the dark apparitions placed their attention on him because of General Dart's shout. Why can't you let me execute my battle technique fully before shouting? Look, you have increased the difficulty for me for nothing. Of course, he knew that the dark apparitions would notice him once the battle technique became stronger, but he still felt irritated. Stop them. General Dart shouted with a change in his expression. Actually, he didn't need to speak. All the martial warriors who saw the scene zoomed over to stop the dark apparitions. They couldn't execute their full potential because of the poisonous dust, making them frustrated. Wang Ting was their only hope. They wouldn't allow the dark apparitions to destroy their hope. Boxer Novelle. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Good, good. The other martial warriors weren't as irritating as General Dart. He didn't dare to let down his guard and sped up the execution of the Dragon Wing Tornado. It would be troublesome if a few dark apparitions came to disturb him. Actually, the intensity of the Dragon Wing Tornado was enough to sweep through a sizable area. However, Wang Ting wanted to blow all the dark venom dust on the battlefield away. He still needed to expand the tornado a few times. He continued. Swoosh. The gale became increasingly violent. The tornado circled all the way into the air, linking heaven and earth. The clouds in the sky and the sand below flew into the tornado. It was a magnificent scene. The martial warriors and dark apparitions around the tornado had retreated. They didn't care to get close to it. They felt terrifying energy from the tornado. If they were swept inside, they would be chopped into pieces. The low-tier Devil Emperor roared. He forcefully broke free from the martial warrior's blockage and came 100 meters away from Wang Ting. He wielded his black battle axe and chopped it down in Wang Teng's direction. Be careful. General Dart warned. Unfortunately, no one could stop this axe glow. This wasn't the result everyone expected. They were about to succeed. Would they fail at the last step? They stared at the dark black axe glow hurling toward Wang Teng, but they couldn't do anything. Many martial warriors screamed due to the sense of helplessness. Die. The devil armor dark apparition sneered. Move. A sharp glint shot out of Wang Teng's eyes. A sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down. The Godslayer sword scripture. Slaying God. A dazzling sword glow emerged. Sword aura erupted and swept through the sky. The sword glow and the black axe glow crashed amid a loud explosion. Boom. The deafening explosion seemed to have caused a standstill in time. The sword glow and the black axe glow shattered simultaneously. How's this possible? The devil armor dark apparition was in disbelief. He couldn't believe his eyes. Everyone was flabbergasted. They stared at the sky in a daze. Wang Ting was just a celestial stage martial warrior. How could he block the attack of a low-tier devil emperor? This didn't make sense. Peggy and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that Wang Ting was powerful, but they still felt nervous about him. After seeing how Wang Ting blocked the dark apparition's attack, they finally understood that their worry was useless. Wang Teng didn't execute his full potential and resisted the low-tier Devil Emperor's attack in his haste. This meant that he was more powerful than normal Cosmos stage martial warriors. What was his limit? Although they were curious, they wouldn't know the answer. When did he become so strong? Daichi muttered to himself. He couldn't calm down. He was the direct descendant of the Cavendish family, someone with a high talent and superior family background. He was always better than others, but he lost to Wang Teng. He only experienced this feeling of failure in front of a few true geniuses of the empire. Those geniuses. Daichi looked at Wang Teng's back. He could imagine him standing beside those talents. He shook his head. The astonishment in his eyes was apparent, and his expression was complex. On the other side, General Dart heaved a sigh of relief. Bewilderment appeared in his eyes too. Wang Teng's capabilities exceeded his expectations. He withstood a low-tier Devil Emperor's attack with his celestial stage ability. No wonder he could steal the Devil Ovum the previous time. He didn't witness the fight between Wang Teng and the Dark Apparition at that time and only knew he had a domain. But this time, he saw the fight personally. Wang Teng made it look simple. He remembered how Wang Teng badly tormented the two Devil Armor Dark Apparitions who guarded the Devil Ovum. Wang Teng stood tall and straight in the sky with a terrifying tornado swirling around him. He stared emotionlessly at the Devil Armor Dark Apparition in front. His voice floated out slowly. "Are you done?" The Devil Armor Dark Apparition's heart pounded. He had a bad feeling. "If you're done, it's my turn." Wang Teng didn't give him any reaction time. He pushed his hands forward. Boom. The terrifying tornado moved forward with an earth-trembling bang. The Devil Armor Dark Apparition howled in anger while retreating unconsciously. However, he couldn't be faster than the wind. The humongous tornado swept the Devil Armor Dark Apparition in. The Devil Armor Dark Apparition struggled frantically, trying to break free from the tornado. A frightening suction force exploded and dragged him back, forcefully pulling him into the tornado. The Devil Armor Dark Apparition spun uncontrollably. Cracks started to appear on its tough armor. Crack. The next instant, the Devil Armor burst apart and turned into numerous broken pieces. They floated in the tornado. A scream of pain was heard, but it was quickly swallowed by the tornado. Then, the tornado swept through the battlefield with unstoppable momentum. Under Wang Teng's control, the dark venom dust in the air got sucked in. Chapter 12:18 Run. Hurry up and run. 1. On the battlefield, a tornado that was almost 8,000 meters tall barged forward. It was like an unstoppable giant. A violent suction force erupted, and the surrounding dark venom dust was pulled into the tornado as it merged with it. The originally green tornado turned jet black at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was extremely depressing and terrifying. The martial warriors from the military had already retreated. They didn't dare to approach it. They could still vividly remember the scene when the low-tier Devil Emperor was pulled into it. The thought of it made them shudder in fear. Only the low-tier dark apparitions didn't know how to dodge it. They were instantly sucked into the tornado and ground into pieces. Under Wang Teng's control, the tornado swept toward the dark apparitions with higher intelligence who were escaping, taking the opportunity to kill them. He finally executed his big move and couldn't just let them go like this. Of course, the Devil Moth dark apparitions were the most important. They were the source. If not eliminated, it wouldn't matter how much dark venom dust was siphoned away. It would still be released continuously. Boom. The tornado swept toward the Devil Moth dark apparitions. Boxen of L. Com. The Devil Moth dark apparitions scattered away like mice and didn't dare to stop at all. They flapped their wings and fled in panic. They looked pitiful. The Devil Moth dark apparitions weren't slow. With their lives being threatened, they naturally ran at their fastest. A group of Devil Moth dark apparitions flew away into the distance. But the tornado was swift as well. As it swept toward them, a powerful suction force pulled the slower Devil Moth dark apparitions into it. They were crushed into bits before they could even let out any noise. The martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire's military were overjoyed when they saw the scene. Good. Hell yeah, kill all those devil moth dark apparitions. On the other hand, the wind element martial warriors exchanged glances. They found this technique a bit familiar. Now that it was fully formed, they were finally able to confirm it. It was clearly the famous dragon wing tornado that their late comrade possessed. It was exactly the same. It was just that this tornado was much more horrifying than the deceased martial warriors. Their comrade had used it a few times, and the tornado was at most 2,000 meters tall. However, the one in front of them was at least 8,000 meters. It was completely different. Could it be that Major Wang Tung learned Dragon Wing Tornado as well? And he learned it earlier. The wind element martial warriors muttered in their hearts. They didn't know that Wang Ting had learned this technique by obtaining attribute bubbles from their deceased comrade. Although he was only at the foundation stage, his wind talent had reached the divine level. That was why the Dragon Wing Tornado was so enormous, which misled others into thinking that he had mastered the technique earlier than the dead martial warrior. It was all a misunderstanding. Human, how dare you? A roar erupted from the back of the dark apparitions. A powerful aura surged, and a huge black claw condensed in the sky as it headed for the tornado. The black claw was immense, and it made the tornado seem like it had shrunk countless times. If it was caught, it would disappear immediately. Wang Ting's expression changed. He tried to avoid the black claw but realized that he could do nothing about it. The claw was extremely fast and covered a huge area. The tornado couldn't evade it at all. A scoff came from behind. Boom. A similarly powerful aura rose along with a roar. A huge sword glow then slashed across and collided with the black claw. An explosion followed. The sword glow erupted when it collided with the black claw. It then destroyed the black claw and slashed toward the back of the dark apparitions. A black figure appeared in front of the sword glow and roared. Boom. The black figure swung his giant axe, and a black force glow burst out, clashing against the incoming sword glow. The imaginary explosion didn't happen. Only a chipping sound was heard before the sword glow was destroyed. It showed how powerful the person was. That blow had overwhelming power. Wang Ting stood in midair and glanced at the black figure. His pupils shrank slightly. This was a colossal dark apparition from the devil armor race. He was 10 meters tall, and the devil armor was wrapping his strong and sturdy body. Surrounded by a thick devilish aura, he just stood there like a terrifying demon god. Devil Emperor. Mid-tier Devil Emperor. Wang Ting could tell at a glance that the other party was a mid-tier Devil Emperor, which was equivalent to a heaven stage martial warrior. And by the looks of it, he was much more powerful than any other heaven stage martial warrior that he had encountered. This was the first time that Wang Ting had seen such a powerful dark apparition. Dart. The mid-tier Devil Emperor glanced at Wang Ting and then directed his gaze to General Dart as his chilling voice rumbled. Devil Emperor Jarox. General Dart stepped into the air from behind and looked at the mid-tier Devil Emperor from a distance. Seeing that General Dart was restraining the other party, Wang Ting continued controlling his tornado toward the Devil Moth dark apparitions without any qualms. Chapter 12:19 Run. Hurry up and run. 2. Since there was nothing stopping it, the Devil Moth dark apparitions couldn't escape. A powerful suction force surged out from the tornado, pulling the Devil Moth dark apparitions in one by one. Roar! The Devil Moth dark apparitions roared in agony. They struggled and flapped their wings in panic like a drowning person. As long as there was hope, they wouldn't give up. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. They couldn't resist the pull from the tornado and fell into death's embrace. The martial warriors behind cheered when they saw this scene. All their frustration and hatred toward the Devil Moth dark apparitions was vented. They felt exhilarated. It was as if they had killed the Devil Moth dark apparitions personally. Young man, you're looking for death. Devil Emperor Jarox bellowed in anger. He was enraged that Wang Ting still dared to attack after he appeared. Come and bite me. Wang Ting hooked his fingers at Devil Emperor Jarox. He didn't back down. Boxer Novell. He had faced Heaven Stage martial warriors and Universe Stage martial warriors in the past. Thus, even though he couldn't defeat this mid-tier Devil Emperor, he wasn't afraid. General Dart. He glanced at Wang Ting speechlessly. Why do you have to hide behind me when you're teasing Jarox? Devil Emperor Jarox glared at Wang Ting, killing intent burning in his eyes. He wished he could tear Wang Ting into pieces. You want to bite me, but you can't. Are you angry? Wang Ting asked. It's useless. You can't bite me anyway. Blair, General Dart. Everyone. They never knew that Wang Ting was so cheeky. Was it all right to anger a mid-tier Devil Emperor? Wasn't he afraid of getting beaten to death? As expected, Devil Emperor Jarox was infuriated. He roared and disappeared on the spot, turning into a beam of black light and shooting over with immense pressure. His target was Wang Ting. He wanted to kill this irritating human. Oh my, so fierce. General Dart, I'll leave this dark apparition to you. Wang Ting flew away in a flurry. General Dart felt like cursing. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. This fellow was creating trouble for him. He was the one who provoked him, but he had to pay the bill. General Dart felt wronged. He didn't dare to belittle Devil Emperor Jarox and quickly dashed forward to receive the attack. It would be a catastrophe if this mid-tier Devil Emperor went past him. No one behind could stop it, and all the martial warriors would be exterminated. Move. Devil Emperor Jarox fumed. I won't. Come and bite me. General Dart didn't flinch. He stared at Devil Emperor Jarox provokingly and teased him. Silence. Devil Emperor Jarox's face turned black. He's copying me. Wang Ting felt the corners of his lips twitching, not expecting General Dart's reply. The martial warriors at the third front line were all speechless. They almost fainted. Was this General Dart real? He was the commander of the third front line, a reputable character. Why was he learning such strange things? Boom. Devil Emperor Jarox couldn't bear it anymore. A glaring black glow shot out from the giant axe. He hurled it straight at General Dart. Axe battle techniques were strong and heavy with an unstoppable force. They were hard to resist when launched at a close distance and could be considered a lethal attack. Besides, the Devil Armor Dark apparitions were known for their strong physique and strength. Their axe attacks were definitely more powerful than others. Kill. General Dart's expression changed slightly. However, he remained resolute and wielded his enormous blade with a loud shout. Boom. When the blade and the axe collided, a scary force residual swept through the battlefield. Some low-rank dark apparitions couldn't evade in time and got struck by the impact. Their bodies exploded. Devil Emperor Jarox didn't care. The death of these low-rank dark apparitions was nothing. All martial warriors, retreat. General Dart shouted. The martial warriors closer to him hurriedly withdrew out of the radar. They didn't want to be too close to the center of the battle. Those low-rank dark apparitions served as a warning. Soft-hearted. Devil Emperor Jarox mocked General Dart with a sneer. What do you know? General Dart snorted. A blinding yellow blade glow congregated around his blade. He pointed it at the sky. The blade glow expanded to 100 meters in length before he slashed it down. Take my blade. The yellow blade glow was dense and thick. There was the outline of a mountain in the sky when it was hurled out. It pressed down on Devil Emperor Jarox along with the blade glow. There was a powerful strength of Ultima instilled within this blade attack. General Dart didn't hold back. He used his 10th level strength of Ultima instantly. Devil Emperor Jarox squinted. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent either because he felt a tinge of threat from the blade glow. Devil Dragon Axe. He gave an angry roar. Then, he raised his battle axe and chopped it down 3 times in the sky. A powerful dark force swept out with the strength of Ultima merged into it. It turned into 3 gigantic devil dragons that flew toward the blade glow. Chapter 1220 Run. Hurry up and run. 3. Boom. The devil dragons opened their humongous maws, attempting to break the blade glow with their jaws. But the blade glow remained as sturdy as a mountain. It remained firm and strong even under the combined attack of the 3 devil dragons, pressing down gradually inch by inch. Wang Ting was astounded when he saw their battle. Powerful. The battle between 2 Heaven Stage characters was outrageously powerful. Even a Heaven Stage martial warrior who possessed spiritual power, someone like An Lan, wouldn't have much of an advantage. Was this the ability of the martial warriors on the battlefield? Wang Ting sighed in his heart and shifted his attention away. He continued controlling the tornado to sweep through the battlefield. A large-scale attack was extremely useful during a war. Low-rank dark apparitions got sucked in and minced up. It saved the martial warrior's effort. Box and Avel. The dark venom dust was absorbed too. The sky started to clear out. Before this, it was a little dark and dim due to the dark venom dust. Without the restraint of the dark venom dust, the martial warrior's ability rose 2 to 3 levels, be it their speed or execution of forces. Kill. 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 Everyone slaughtered the dark apparitions around them. The depressing atmosphere was gone, and the morale was high. With a smile, Wang Ting started collecting attribute bubbles. Many attribute bubbles were dropped when the devil moth dark apparitions were killed. These attribute bubbles didn't disappear. They were spinning in the tornado. Wang Ting could pick them up easily. He released his spiritual power into the tornado and all the attribute bubbles flew toward him. Constellation Force, Dark, *2300 Constellation Force, Dark, *2600 Celestial Realm Spirit *300 Dark Venom Dust *150 Celestial Realm Spirit *200 Dark Venom Dust *280 Devil Transformation *350 All kinds of dark element attribute merged into Wang Teng's body and mind. They became a part of him. Instantly, Wang Teng felt his constellation dark force strengthening. He went from the beginning of the 9th level planetary stage to the peak. Constellation Dark Force, 81,000 90,000, planetary stage 9th level. Wang Teng was overjoyed when he saw his attributes panel. He only needed 9,000 more points for a breakthrough to the celestial stage. This speed was amazing. He also received 5,600 points of spirit, making the spiritual power in his consciousness purer and stronger. Then, Dark Venom Dust, 1,208,000, small achievement. He received a huge number of Dark Venom Dust attributes. It soared right through the specialized stage to the small achievement stage. Wang Teng felt that he could execute the Dark Venom Dust promptly now. His mastery was no lesser than a devil moth dark apparition. It might even be higher than them. Then, there was the devil transformation. He received 2,400 points of it, raising it by a large number. Devil transformation, 7,710,000, big achievement, but it was already at the big achievement stage, so it was harder to reach the bottleneck. He needed more accumulation. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry. He didn't need it. When he did, his devil transformation should be at the perfected stage already. Beside these attributes, Wang Ting also picked up some devil armor bubbles from the tornado. After all, the unlucky devil armor dark apparition got sucked in and chopped into pieces. Only his attribute bubbles were left. Devil armor, 1,803,000, well versed, he gained 600 points of devil armor, but it wasn't enough to break through. I need to kill a few more devil armor dark apparitions. Wang Ting touched his chin. He stared dangerously at the devil armor dark apparitions who were fighting with the human martial warriors. Walk the dark apparition's path so that they couldn't walk on it. The defensive ability of the devil armor skill was powerful. If he could raise it, it would be of great help to him. The devil armor dark apparitions shivered. They felt a menacing intent dawning on them. They didn't know what happened, so they glanced around them, worried that someone was ambushing them. The martial warriors beside them took the chance when they were distracted and attacked them furiously. Make way, make way. A voice was heard from afar. Both the humans and the dark apparitions were stunned. Then, they felt a strong gale buzzing in their ears. They immediately knew what was happening. They turned back. As expected, the tornado was making its way here. The one who shouted just now was Major Wang Ting. The expressions of the human martial warriors changed. They hurriedly jumped to the side, afraid of getting sucked by the tornado. They knew that Wang Teng wouldn't attack them, but what if they accidentally got sucked in? That wasn't fun. The devil armor dark apparitions were flabbergasted. They turned and ran away without any hesitation. F***K, that human is here. Even the devil emperor was sucked into the tornado. They would be crushed if they didn't escape. Run, hurry up and run. Wait, why aren't we moving? A few dark apparitions suddenly realized that they couldn't move. Moreover, they seemed to be inching backward. Chapter 12:21 Run. Hurry up and run. 4. Damn it. This single thought appeared in their minds. The devil armor dark apparitions were filled with despair as they got sucked into the tornado. They were minced instantly. The human martial warriors swallowed their saliva and wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Their backs were drenched with sweat too. Even their head felt a little numb. They weren't timid. They just felt that the dark apparitions died quite terribly. There's no need to thank me. Please continue. Wang Ting waved his hand and floated past them. He shifted the tornado toward the other devil armor dark apparitions. Silence. Sometime later, a funny scene appeared on the battlefield. A terrifying tornado swept back and forth through the battlefield without restraint. It was like a huge vacuum cleaner sweeping over the battlefield. Numerous dark apparitions scurried away in fear when the tornado appeared. They looked tragic. The human martial warriors around were stunned. Boxen of L. You could fight a war like this. Did they use the wrong method in the past? Was this the right way to fight a war? Countless doubts appeared in everyone's mind. The wind element martial warriors that survived were dumbstruck too. Was this really their dragon wing tornado? This tornado lasted quite a while. If their dead comrade had executed it, he wouldn't be able to sustain it for this long. It would have dispersed already. But this tornado was still going strong, showing no signs of stopping. The stamina was amazing. One wouldn't have such good stamina even after consuming Viagra. In an instant, a deep admiration wafted into their hearts. They were in awe. Colonel Tennyson, can you do that? A wind element martial warrior asked the colonel in their team. No, I won't be able to do it even after I drain myself. Colonel Tennyson shook his head with a bitter smile. He was the leader of the wind element team and had yellow-brown hair. Is Major Wang Ting at the peak of the cosmos stage? Another wind element martial warrior guessed. He isn't a cosmos stage martial warrior. Hez at the celestial stage. Colonel Tennyson was a cosmos stage martial warrior, so he could see through Wang Teng's stage. That's perverted. Everyone stared at one another. Boom. On the other side, General Dart and Devil Emperor Jarox had activated their domains. They were on par in strength. No one had any advantage. Devil Emperor Jarox noticed Wang Ting's actions as well. Flames of fury almost shot out of his eyes as he screamed. Useless. Useless. Why are you all running? Kill that human. Anyone that dares to run will have to suffer the pain of Devil Gnaw. His roars resounded in the sky. All the dark apparitions jumped in fright. They stared at Devil Emperor Jarox in bewilderment. The Devil Gnaw. This was one of the most brutal tortures in the Darkland. Once they were given the Devil Gnaw, they would experience excruciating pain as if they were in living hell. They couldn't die and could only struggle in the abyss. None of the dark apparitions dared to run anymore. Their eyes turned red, and they started howling like maniacs. Roar! 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 Kill that human! The escaping dark apparition charged back. They stared at Wang Ting as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Oh my god, they are crazy. These dark apparitions have gone crazy. Wang Teng retreated in fright. Terrifying. All the dark apparitions were pouncing on him like mad dogs. Who could bear with that? He felt that he had struck the hornet's nest. He wondered if he forced the dark apparitions too much. Was this why their emotions suddenly rebounded? The martial warriors around were stunned too. They took pity on Wang Teng. His arrogance a moment ago was a stark contrast to his miserable state now. Roar! Don't run! Human, die! The dark apparitions got a shot of adrenaline when they saw Wang Ting running away in fright. They shouted in excitement. The fear they had was gone. The tides changed. It was Wang Ting's turn to escape. Dai Chi was caught between laughter and tears when he saw this scene from afar. He found it funny for some reason. At the same time, the other martial warriors regained their composure and quickly went to help Wang Ting. They started killing the martial warriors from all corners. They couldn't let them kill Wang Ting. But the dark apparition's ferocity was ignited. More dark apparitions gathered and chased after Wang Ting. Wang Ting moved quickly and brought them in circles. He was as slippery as an eel. No attacks could hit him. The dark apparitions were frustrated and furious. Since they couldn't bite him, they could only vent their anger by screaming. If you have the guts, don't run. If you have the guts, don't chase me. We will chase you. What can you do? I will run. Come and bite me if you can. F***K. I, F***KU. The two parties scolded and retorted to each other as they ran around the battlefield, one in front and one behind. However, the dark apparitions weren't Wang Ting's match and almost vomited blood because of his repeated provocations. The human martial warriors stared at them strangely. They had never seen such a funny war scene. It refreshed their understanding. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly stopped. The dark apparitions behind were panting. They were elated and smiled hideously. Why aren't you running? Can't run anymore. Idiot. Wang Ting scoffed. Sir, he doesn't look exhausted, a dark apparition reminded weakly. The dark apparition looked at Wang Ting's indifferent face in confusion. Bye-bye. Wang Ting waved his hand and grabbed the air. The tornado that was quite some distance away got pulled over by an invisible force and abruptly appeared in the middle of the dark apparitions. Then, boom. Fireworks lit up the sky and explosions echoed in the battlefield. All the dark apparitions were sucked in. That was before they realized what had happened. Chapter 1222 has the limelight of the battlefield. 1. Boom. Explosions resounded in the sky. The entire battlefield turned quiet. Everyone stared at the frightening explosions in a daze. They couldn't recover their composure for some time. Their minds went blank. What happened? Wasn't Wang Ting being chased by the dark apparitions? How did he make a comeback? Moreover, he killed so many dark apparitions at once. The counterattack came a little too quickly. It caught everyone off guard. Dai Chi blinked. Although dumbfounded, he found it predictable at the same time. He understood Wang Ting's character. He wouldn't allow himself to get chased like a rat. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. This round had probably killed a few hundred devil lords. Boxer Novell. This fellow always amazed everyone whenever he acted. Peggy and the others were in awe too. Their leader was outrageously powerful. Of course, the most important thing was, he was shameless enough. They were still worried for him because they saw him getting chased. After all, anyone would be anxious upon witnessing that scene. They didn't expect this result. It was obvious that Wang Ting was only pretending to get chased. His main aim was to gather all the dark apparitions together and annihilate them in one fell swoop. What a good act. They were worried for nothing. But some people still didn't understand how Wang Ting managed to shift the terrifying tornado over from a distance. It was a few hundred meters away from him, yet it appeared right in the middle of the dark apparitions with a grab of his hand. He caught the dark apparitions off guard. That looks like space ability, Dai Chi mumbled to himself. His eyes were shimmering. Wang Ting had executed his space ability a few times in the past, but he did it obscurely, so not many people saw through it. Dai Chi witnessed it a few times, but that was short range. This was the first time he saw Wang Ting executing such a long-range space shifting. He needed a profound mastery of space to shift that tornado a few hundred meters. It was hard to believe that Wang Ting could do this as a celestial stage martial warrior. Dai Chi remembered how unreasonably powerful Wang Ting was and shook his head bitterly. Never mind. There was no use thinking too much. That guy was abnormal to begin with. As for the wind element martial warriors, They only had one thought when they saw the ghastly scene caused by the tornado. Was this honestly the dragon wing tornado? What was with the huge difference in strength? This wasn't the same model, right? They felt that they had embarrassed the wind element martial warriors. Colonel Tennyson gulped and muttered, "Pervert. How high must his wind talent be to execute the skill to such a degree?" Devil Emperor Jarek's face turned black when he looked over. He was the one who gave the order to kill Wang Ting. He thought that he could put an end to this irritating young brat, but this was the result. They weren't chasing him. They were serving themselves to him on a platter. This young man was too sly. He tricked all of them. Ha ha ha. General Dart laughed at Devil Emperor Jarox. He wasn't expecting this show from Wang Teng. It felt refreshing. This was the first time he felt so refreshed after fighting with the dark apparitions for many years. Wang Teng did it for him. Although his method was a little special, the small details weren't important. Any method that could kill the dark apparitions was a good method. People remembered the result. No one cared about the process. Devil Emperor Jarek's face turned blacker when he heard General Dart's unruly laughter. He stared at the point of explosion with killing intent in his eyes. Numerous wind blades wreaked havoc on the battlefield. A strong gale blew all the dark apparitions into the tornado. Even he didn't dare to promise that he could resist this attack. The explosions gradually died down. All the dark apparitions who had chased Wang Ting were killed. They burst into pieces and couldn't be more dead. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Good Lord. This dragon wing tornado was powerful. He thought he could kill half of the dark apparitions, but he managed to annihilate all of them. Was this a surprise? Suddenly, he felt a cold and deadly gaze fixed on him. It was making him uncomfortable. He looked up. Hey. It was Devil Emperor Jarox. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and gave him an innocent smile. Will you believe me if I say I didn't do it on purpose? Crack. The Devil Emperor Jarox gritted his teeth until they cracked. He was infuriated. General Dart glanced at him helplessly. He killed all the dark apparitions and claimed he didn't do it on purpose. Who would believe him? Human, I will tear you into pieces, Devil Emperor Jarox said coldly. I'm so scared. Wang Teng put on a frightened expression and stepped back as if he was afraid Devil Emperor Jarox would charge over. Everyone. No one believed him this time. This fellow acted timid but executed the most astonishing plans. What happened earlier was an example. Devil Emperor Jarox didn't believe him either. He felt played by Wang Ting, and his anger rose. It almost made him crazy. Chapter 1223 has the limelight of the battlefield. 2. Ha ha ha. Don't you always chase whoever you want to chase and kill whoever you want to kill? Why aren't you doing it now? General Dart felt that Wang Ting was purposely infuriating the other party. He laughed and added some oil to the flame. I'll kill you. As expected, Devil Emperor Jarox burst into anger. Black light erupted from his body boom. Devil Emperor Jarek's body started expanding. His armor cracked and grew larger as it continued to stick to his skin. Lub-dub, lub-dub, lub-dub. The sound of a heartbeat was heard from the small black sun. Devil Emperor Jarek's body inflated rapidly at a visible speed. 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters, 100 meters. He looked like a black mountain covered with armor. The armor formed irregular layers on the mountain, with multiple black and sharp spikes sticking out. They were larger and sharper than spears. A frightening pressure spread out from his body and filled up the sky. This was an astonishing scene. Oh my God! Gasps were heard without stopping. Boxer Novell. The human martial warriors were appalled. Their hearts trembled while their faces turned pale. Frightening. Extremely terrifying. If they bumped into it, they would turn into sieves. No. Those thick spikes were huge enough to create a large hole in their bodies. This was the final appearance of Devil Emperor Jarox. Many people were witnessing a devil transformation for the first time. Their blood ran cold, and they were intimidated. Horrifying. Creepy. The immense pressure pushed them down like a mountain weighing on their shoulders. They couldn't breathe properly. Even a heaven-stage martial warrior wouldn't dare to fight with this dreadful presence. Gulp. General Dart swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He also felt the pressure sweeping toward him. He was exasperated. F***K, is this Devil Emperor crazy? Why did he use devil transformation? Mind you, dark apparitions had to exhaust their origin if they wanted to perform the devil transformation. Once they used it, they would need a long time to recover. Thus, they rarely used it unless absolutely necessary. Yet, Devil Emperor Jarox activated his devil transformation after a few teases. His mentality was a little weak. A huge pair of crimson eyes opened between the armor. They were larger than lanterns and were full of chaos and evilness. They looked directly in Wang Teng's direction. Oh my god. F***K. Wang Teng's expression froze. He cursed General Dart in his heart multiple times. This is bad. Did General Dart reach the perfected stage for mockery? Bad things always happen when he opens his mouth. Well, he can mock the Devil Emperor all he wants. But why do I have to pay the bill? This isn't fair. Let's sit down and talk properly. Wang Ting gave a guilty smile and said carefully, every debt has its debtor. You can look for the person who mocked you just now. Don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, General Dart wished he could retort Wang Ting. He wouldn't have mocked the Devil Emperor if it wasn't for Wang Ting. Yet, that brat threw him under the bus. What an ungrateful fellow. Devil Emperor Jarox didn't care. He continued glaring at Wang Ting. His devil transformation wasn't finished yet, or he would have charged over and killed this irritating brat. He forced him to activate his devil transformation. He must die. Silent means consent. Wang Ting gave an innocent smile and stepped back slowly. General Dart rolled his eyes in anger. Disloyal fellow. Roar. Suddenly, Devil Emperor Jarox opened his enormous maw and gave a thunderous roar. Sound waves swept toward Wang Ting. He evaded them hurriedly while covering his nose. Don't spit your saliva everywhere. Don't you know you have bad breath? Silence. Everyone was scared stiff by Devil Emperor Jarox's presence, but Wang Ting's random comment almost caused them to drop from the sky. Was this an issue about bad breath? His focus was entirely askew. Could he be more serious in front of this menacing Devil Emperor? Die. Devil Emperor Jarox was fuming. He opened his gigantic mouth. The fangs gave off a sharp glint like huge blades. A ball of black light started gathering in his mouth. Terrifying force fluctuations floated out. Retreat. General Dart's expression changed as he shouted. At the same time, he moved and slashed out a blade glow in an attempt to stop the Devil Emperor. Devil Emperor Jarox didn't dodge. He allowed the blade glow to fall on him. Bang! General Dart instilled his 10th level Ultima into the blade attack. It left a deep wound on the Devil Emperor, and black blood spurted out. But the Devil Emperor didn't stop. General Dart furrowed his brows. He didn't expect the other party to receive his attack forcefully. Boom! The black ball of light had finished forming. He aimed his mouth at Wang Ting, and a black beam of light shot out speedily. Chapter 1224 has the limelight of the battlefield. 3. The black beam of light came beside Wang Ting and swallowed him. His body melted like a piece of ice in high heat, vanishing in the air bit by bit. Then, the beam of black light continued shooting forward and slammed into a mountain in the distance. With a loud explosion, the mountain was gone. It had turned into dust. Major Wang Ting was dead. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. No one could accept this truth. They were in disbelief. Wang Ting! Di Chi screamed in rage. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he wanted to charge at Devil Emperor Jarox. Wang Ting was his brother and savior. He had just saved his life, but he was gone before he could repay him. The blood in his body boiled while the capillaries in his eyes burst. He was seeing the world in a shade of red. Peggy and the others held him back forcefully. He would only lose his life if he charged over now. Although they were in anguish too, they knew that they weren't the Devil Emperor's match. Charging forward would only increase the number of casualties. Boxer Novel. Com Wang Ting had asked them to look after Di Chi, so they wouldn't let him send himself to death. Devil Emperor Jarox felt invigorated when he saw Wang Ting's body disappearing. He had finally killed this brat. He squashed the ant crawling on his heart. It felt comfortable. Jarox. General Dart was enraged. He watched Wang Ting die in front of him. Despite taking action, he couldn't save Wang Ting. The helplessness and frustration made him tremble in fury. Ha ha ha, that human is finally dead. No one can stop me from killing who I want. The Devil Emperor laughed heartily. When he glanced at General Dart again, his gaze was filled with contempt. You have a death wish. Intense killing intent burst out of General Dart's eyes as he stared at his enemy. Force churned around him, covering him up. Ha ha ha, come and kill me. Can you do that? Jarox teased him. He had confidence. After executing his devil transformation, his ability had risen multiple times. Dart wasn't his match. Black smoke rose from his wound, along with a hissing sound. Then, it started to heal swiftly. It wasn't long before the wound disappeared. General Dart frowned. His heart felt heavy. The Devil Emperor's transformed form was too powerful. This healing ability was enough to make him invincible. How should he fight? If there was no choice, he would execute that move at the price of injuring his origin. General Dart's gaze turned sharp. He gritted his teeth and made his decision. Either way, he must take revenge for Wang Ting. He had caused Wang Ting's death. He shouldn't have spoken. Are you feeling guilty? Humans are indeed stupid. Devil Emperor Jarox looked into Dart's eyes and scoffed. Shut up. General Dart yelled. A sharp glint flashed past his eyes, and a loud boom was heard within his body. His aura increased several folds, exceeding his original aura. It continued growing. What's this? Devil Emperor Jarox was astounded. Die. General Dart bellowed. A glaring yellow blade glow erupted from his blade. It was dense and thick, blinding everyone's eyes like a large piece of crystal. Blade glow shot into the sky, chopping the clouds into two. Boom. General Dart took a step out and swung his blade down from behind him. The blade glow, which was a few 100 meters long, slashed toward Devil Emperor Jarox. Roar. Devil Emperor Jarox wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He roared, and black light blossomed around him. Then, it started condensing around the numerous thorns. It sounded long, but it only took a few seconds. The blade glow plummeted from the sky. The thorns on Devil Emperor Jarox's body released black rays of light and crashed into the blade glow. There was a huge explosion that muffled all sounds. Then everything went quiet. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at the point of collision agitatedly. Devil Emperor Jarox was extremely powerful. Could General Dart beat him? The collision of the two attacks dazzled everyone's eyes. Although their vision was obscured, people could tell that the black light had managed to block the blade glow. It didn't hit the Devil Emperor's body. Crack. The next instant, a crisp cracking sound broke the silence. Everyone's expression changed. They saw a large number of cracks on the yellow blade glow. That was where the sounds came from. Moreover, the cracks were spreading. They covered the entire blade glow in a second. Break. Devil Emperor Jarox sneered. The black light around him intensified. Bang. The yellow blade glow couldn't resist the tough and sharp black beams of light anymore and shattered in the air. Chapter 1225 has the limelight of the battlefield. 4. General Dart squinted. He was thrown backward by the powerful force. Everyone's heart sank. General Dart quickly stabilized himself. There was no injury on his body, and his aura remained strong. Domain. Boom. An occult fluctuation spread out from General Dart. He activated his domain and formed an earth-yellow ball a few 100 meters in radius. Devil Emperor Jarox was pulled inside too. The people outside couldn't see the situation inside. Boom. Suddenly, a glaring pitch-black glow shot out from the earth-yellow domain. Temph, you're overestimating yourself. Trying to fight with me using a domain? Devil Emperor Jarok's voice resounded. In the blink of an eye, the black light overtook half of the earth-yellow domain. Boxer Novell. A mystical scene appeared. Half the sky was yellow while the other half was black. Two strange forces occupied the sky, with explosions sounding non-stop. Both domains kept expanding, trying to suppress the other one. Sometimes, the yellow domain had the upper hand, and other times, the black domain. It was a heated battle. The human martial warriors were fraught with worry about the situation. Based on the past few exchanges, General Dart was weaker. They wondered whose domain would emerge as the winner. The result of this battle would affect the war. Once General Dart lost, the third front line would fall into enemy hands. A mid-tier Devil Emperor had a lot of influence over the result of a war. Sometime later, the domains in the sky suddenly trembled violently. They couldn't withstand the pressure inside and were on the verge of collapsing. Everyone got nervous. They stared intently at the two domains. With a rumble, the two domains erupted. Two figures flew out from within. General Dart was soaked in blood. The earth force glow around him had weakened tremendously, and he was panting like a dog. He glared at his opponent. Devil Emperor Jarok's body had shrunk to half its size. The majority of his thorns were broken and his black armor was cracked. Blood oozed out. He didn't seem as daunting as before. Instead, he looked a little tragic. His body flew back uncontrollably. The impact caused by the collision of the two domains was huge. He wasn't able to offset it immediately. But he didn't care. He looked at General Dart and sneered. "You can't maintain your power surge for long. It's enough to kill you." General Dart tried his best to stabilize himself. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He would charge forward and kill this Devil Emperor immediately once he offset the backward force. "Ha ha ha," Jarok laughed as if he had heard a joke. "It's too early for you to be happy." At this moment, a calm voice sounded behind him. "Huh!" Devil Emperor Jarok froze. Why does this voice sound a little familiar? It's him. That human brat. Isn't he dead? Why can I hear his voice? Am I having an illusion? No, he's right behind me. A strong sense of danger floated into his heart. This was an absurd feeling. Even if that human was alive, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Yet, he could sense it. Wang Ting stepped out from the space behind Devil Emperor Jarok with a mini tornado in his right hand. The tornado was extremely small. Although it was only palm-sized, a powerful fluctuation flowed out from it. This was the power of space. "Receive my space tornado." Wang Ting's black hair danced even when there was no wind. He raised the tornado and pushed it out. The instant it left his palm, the mini tornado inflated to 10 meters in radius before growing to 100 meters. A chaotic aura surged out from it. The space around it split open, revealing scary-looking pitch-black dimensional rifts. Boom! Devil Emperor Jarok felt an immense suction force behind him. He didn't have any time to think. This suction force was many times more powerful than the dragon wing tornadoes. There was no way to resist the strength and the sharpness. The force seemed to be able to cut through anything. The Devil Emperor felt a life-threatening danger. He closed his eyes that were staring at General Dart, and another pair of giant crimson eyes opened behind. He finally saw the scene behind him. There was a monstrous tornado. Although it wasn't as big as the dragon wing tornado, the strength it contained was unnerving. It made his heart palpitate. Power of space. This young man possessed the power of space. How could this human grasp such a mysterious power? The tornado was expanding quickly. It crashed toward him with unstoppable pressure. No. Devil Emperor Jarok squinted as he roared in anger. He released all his dark force to resist the alarming suction force. However, it was useless. Wang Teng hid for a long time because he wanted to find an opportunity to land a lethal attack. He had considered all possibilities, so he wouldn't allow the Devil Emperor to escape. Get in. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and pushed the space tornado, which had swelled to 100 meters in radius, out. Roar. No matter how hard Devil Emperor Jarok struggled, he couldn't stop himself from getting submerged by the space tornado. Boom. The next instant, a violent explosion occurred. Devil Emperor Jarox was swallowed by the space tornado and got cut by endless space power. His body was crippled, his roars and screams were all drowned out. It all happened within a split second. The soldiers of both sides stared absent-mindedly at the sudden appearance of Wang Ting and the terrifying space tornado. Dead silence. Wang Ting wasn't dead. He ambushed Devil Emperor Jarox. And he succeeded. So, they won? The victory came without any warning. No one was able to react in time. They didn't know how to express their emotions, feeling complicated. Boom. The space tornado exploded, and all the space around it cracked. Dimensional rifts appeared in the sky. The space of the number 29 defense planet was very stable. That was why it was able to withstand the damages from the years of wars. However, this space tornado caused it to crack. One could tell how powerful the space tornado was. As the space tornado exploded, the power of space erupted in the center. Devil Emperor Jarox was the first to bear the brunt. He received the strongest attack. His tough body was cut up like a broken doll. A large amount of black blood spurted out and fell on the ground like rain. There was dead silence again. Victory. Devil Emperor Jarox is dead. We won. Someone suddenly shouted in excitement. Then, more people joined in and the entire battlefield was enveloped by happy cheers. Wang Ting stood in the air and heaved a sigh of relief. His face was slightly pale. He had exhausted a lot of his energy when he hid in space and executed the space tornado. He had to compress the tornado while concealing all the fluctuations it released. He almost tired himself out. Fortunately, the result was not bad. He managed to ambush Devil Emperor Jarox. F***K, why did he have to bully him? If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be Wang Ting. Everyone stared at the young figure in the sky with admiration and respect. In a war, the strong were always respected. At this moment, he was the limelight of the battlefield. Chapter 1226, Gains of the War. 1. Everyone on the battlefield was cheering. The victory came suddenly, but it was enough to invigorate them. They killed a mid-tier Devil Emperor. This was a huge victory. It had been a while since they gained an upper hand on the number 29 defense planet. Even if a few Heaven Stage martial warriors acted simultaneously, they couldn't promise that they could kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor. For instance, General Dart might have used his secret skill to increase his power, but he could only be on par with Devil Emperor Jarox. This was already not bad. Killing a mid-tier Devil Emperor was extremely hard. That was why everyone was burning with excitement. They looked at Wang Ting and felt that he was glowing. A mid-tier Devil Emperor. This was a huge honor. It was more convincing than any medals. General Dart let out a long sigh. A smile appeared on his face. Boxer Novell. Good lord. He wasn't dead. He was alive and kicking and managed to kill Devil Emperor Jarox the moment he acted. He was worried for nothing. General Dart, are you alright? Wang Ting asked in concern when he saw his condition. I won't die, General Dart replied. That's good. I thought you couldn't make it. Wang Ting sighed in relief. General Dart rolled his eyes. Do you know how to speak properly? What do you mean by I can't make it? A man should never say he couldn't make it. He could fight a few hundred more rounds with that Devil Emperor. I'm sorry, General. I wanted to ambush Devil Emperor Jarox, so I pretended to be dead. I didn't remind you because I wanted a more realistic response. I didn't expect you to use a secret skill for me. I'm so touched, Wang Ting said. Seriously. General Dart's face turned black. This fellow was rubbing his wound with salt. He wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but Wang Ting laid everything bare. It was embarrassing. He had already passed the impulsive age. But when he saw Wang Ting getting killed by the Devil Emperor, he was furious and even used his secret skill. I understand. We're both guys. Wang Ting winked and chuckled. Honestly, if General Dart didn't put on such a good show, he wouldn't have succeeded in his ambush. General Dart injured Devil Emperor Jarox seriously, giving him a chance to kill him at the last crucial moment. If not, he might not have killed the Devil Emperor with his space tornado alone. General Dart. What do you know? He took a deep breath and decided to ignore Wang Teng. Then, he raised his voice and shouted, Devil Emperor Jarox is dead. Everyone, kill. His voice echoed through the entire battlefield and landed in the combatants' ears. What? Devil Emperor Jarox is dead. What's going on? There was an explosion there just now. Did General Dart kill Devil Emperor Jarox? Never mind, kill the dark apparitions first. Devil Emperor Jarox is dead. Charge. Kill. Kill. The martial warriors in other areas didn't witness the death of Devil Emperor Jarox, but General Dart informed them of this result. It brought everyone's morale up. The soldiers were shocked and motivated. The human martial warriors slaughtered the dark apparitions around them. On the other hand, the dark apparitions got in a flurry upon learning that their Devil Emperor Jarox had died. Especially the high-rank dark apparitions. They knew that they couldn't win now, so they chose to run away. They were also afraid of dying. Once the high-rank dark apparitions left, the low-rank dark apparitions followed mindlessly. But the human martial warriors wouldn't give up this opportunity to beat up the dark apparitions. They released all their force and slammed their attacks at the dark apparitions. Even if they exhausted their last ounce of force, they wanted to cut more throats. Behind the defense wall, the heavy weapons launched their force cannons, wreaking havoc in the packs of dark apparitions. The dark apparitions in the area burst into pieces and died. The martial warriors finally gave up attacking after all the dark apparitions had left. It was inappropriate to chase them when they reached the 30-meter mark. Do not press an enemy at bay. After 30 meters, it was the dark apparition's base. Once they stepped over this boundary, they would be ambushed easily. There were many dark apparitions outside. General Dart didn't want to spoil his hard-won victory. He ordered his troops to withdraw. There were many casualties in this battle, but overall, it was a huge victory. Everyone's emotions were in a good state, unlike most of the other wars where the atmosphere was dead when they ended. General Dart had a smile on his face too. He executed his special skill, so his ability had decreased by a third. He would need a long time to recover completely. But the result was good. The death of a mid-tier Devil Emperor was the best repayment for his sacrifice. At the same time, Wang Ting floated in the air and scanned the battlefield. He immediately saw the countless attribute bubbles floating around. Chapter 1227 Gains of the War. 2. The war had ended, and he played his part. It was time for harvest. Devil Emperor Jarox was the strongest, so his attribute bubbles must be the most valuable. Collect. Constellation Force, Dark. 13,000 Celestial Realm Spirit 8,000 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment 7,500 Imperial Level Dark Talent 7,500 Devil Transformation 1,000 Devil Armor 1,200 Dark Domain 4,000 Devil Armor Divine Scripture 2,000 Boxer Novel. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind. He was overjoyed. Wealthy fellow. The mid-tier Devil Emperor dropped many attribute bubbles. As expected of him. There were 13,000 points of Constellation Dark Force. Wang Ting needed 9,000 points more to break through to the celestial stage. When this round of Constellation Dark Force entered his body and congregated in his dark constellations, his dark force finally advanced. Boom! The 9 constellations collided, releasing a violent explosion. As they merged, a transformation occurred. Fortunately, Wang Teng had received a lazy mist devil scripture in the past, which was a Devil Emperor level scripture. It had reached the well-versed stage, so he could use it to control the flow of his dark force through his body. The speed was appropriate. The 9 constellations exploded and formed a humongous black whirlpool. Countless black crystals sparkled inside like the stars. However, these stars were black, mysterious, and eerie. Even so, the glimmer they gave off was gorgeous. The whirlpool spun at high speed and started condensing in the middle, converging to a single point. A transformation was happening. Time passed slowly. No one knew how long it took. The black whirlpool disappeared, and a black round sphere took its place. It was many times bigger than the dark constellations. It was a star made of black shining crystals and coagulation of forces. Celestial stage. Wang Ting had reached the first level of the celestial stage. His dark force jumped to the celestial stage a little too fast. He wasn't even prepared. But before he could feel happy, a strange power surged out from the star and merged into his body. Wang Ting's expression changed. This wasn't the power of life. Ever since Wang Ting entered the planetary stage, he would receive surges of power of life every time his stage rose. They caused transformations to his body. He had many forces, so all the transformations were piled on top of one another. This explained why his physical body was much stronger than other martial warriors of the same stage. He was at the same level as Cosmos stage martial warriors. But this time, the change that occurred was strange. This wasn't the power of life, it felt like the power of death. It was dark, sinister, and dead. It flowed through his limbs and meridians like an icy stream of water. Then, it merged into his body silently. This was a power that made people's hearts shudder. Wang Ting closed his eyes and sensed the boundaries of death. It was a gate. The gate of death. Once he crossed the gate, he could step on the soil of hell and enter the world of death. But when Wang Ting tried to get closer, the distance became longer. He thought it was within reach, but it was at the edge of the horizon. At this moment, a strange force floated out from the gate and pushed Wang Ting back. Everything disappeared as if it was an illusion. Wang Ting regained his senses. He could hear the commotion on the battlefield again. When he entered that illusionary world, all noises had disappeared. He finally felt alive again. "What's that door?" Wang Ting gasped and blinked. His expression turned serious. "Is it the gate to hell?" All kinds of thoughts went through his mind. He pondered for some time and gave a bitter smile. He wouldn't be able to find an answer himself, so he shook his head and threw the thought to the back of his mind. Wang Ting inspected his body. The power of death didn't have any influence on him. But he did feel stronger. The power of death worked the same way as the power of life. Both of them triggered transformations. This didn't make sense. Why is the power of death working the same way as the power of life? Shouldn't you understand your own position? After complaining, Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel. Origin of life, 35600. Origin of soul, 32,800. Great. His origin of soul and origin of life increased. That was good. Wang Ting was worried that the power of death might affect these two origins, but it didn't. They even got some gains from it. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. Either way, he wouldn't throw his dark force away. It was an important component of his plan to break through to the Cosmos stage. Wang Ting was invincible in his stage. He could even kill someone of a higher level. Whether he could continue this invincibility would depend on his advancement to the Cosmos stage. If a mishap occurred, all his plans would go to waste. Chapter 1228, Gains of the War. 3. After absorbing the force attribute bubbles, the other bubbles turned into different energies and merged into his body. Next, he received 8,000 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. This number shocked Wang Ting. Devil Emperor Jarek's spirit was quite powerful. He dropped 8,000 points. Wang Ting's spirit became purer after this huge gain. Then, he received 7,500 points of Cosmos Realm Enlightenment. This was a sizable gain too. Wang Ting's enlightenment had been stagnant for some time. After getting 7,500 points, he felt smarter. This feeling was amazing. His enlightenment constantly reminded him that he was smart. No, he was extremely smart. Enlightenment, 13,100,000, Cosmos Realm. Look, no one had such an impressive amount of enlightenment. He felt superior in terms of intelligence. Boxer Novel. He also received 7,500 points of Imperial level Dark Talent. Wang Ting's Dark Talent was already at the Imperial level. His level didn't rise after this addition. However, the points increased. Imperial level Dark Talent, 12,000 25,000. He felt his Dark Talent getting stronger. His sensitivity toward the dark force in the surroundings improved. He scanned the area and felt the remains of dark force everywhere. They would need a long time to disperse. Also, with the rise in his talent, he could sense the dark force below the ground. This was the result of many years of accumulation when dark apparitions died in this area. It was hard to remove it. Then, he looked at his devil transformation attribute. There were 1,000 points of it. Devil transformation, 8,710,000, big achievement. After adding 1,000 points, the devil transformation was still at the big achievement stage. However, it wasn't far from the breakthrough. He just needed 1,300 more points. He would continue his effort. Wang Teng looked at the other attribute bubble. It contained 1,200 points of devil armor. Devil armor, 805,000, specialized. The devil armor dark apparitions he killed some time ago had contributed many devil armor attributes, so this increment was just enough to push it to the specialized stage. The final 2 attribute bubbles were his greatest gain. One was the 4,000 points of dark domain. This was Devil Emperor Jarek's domain. It turned into streams of memories and floated into Wang Ting's mind. An image appeared in his mind. This was the enlightenment process of a dark apparition. He sat cross-legged in the darkland and released his spiritual power to merge with the darkness around him. He felt the darkness and turned the power of the dark into his own energy. Time passed gradually day by day. No one knew how long the dark apparition spent in the world of darkness. Boom! Suddenly, one day, a strange magnetic field appeared around the dark apparition. It spread out and the dark apparition dispersed into the darkness. It was as if he never existed. A sharp glint appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. He understood the dark domain. Dark domain, 1,003,000, 3rd level. Wang Teng's dark domain reached the 3rd level instantly. This was equivalent to many years of hard work for a dark apparition. It was a good harvest. If Devil Emperor Jarox knew that his enlightenment was stolen by Wang Teng, would he try to piece his broken fragments together to kill Wang Teng? The other attribute bubbles contained 2,000 points of the Devil Armor Divine Scripture. Devil Armor Divine Scripture? A Devil Emperor level scripture. Wang Teng was astounded. This was a Devil Emperor level scripture. He could cultivate it all the way up to the high-tier Devil Emperor level. That was equivalent to a universe stage presence. It was comparable with the Lazy Mist Devil Scripture he received in the past. However, the Devil Armor Divine Scripture was a special scripture of the Devil Armor race, so some of its characteristics were different. It didn't matter to Wang Teng. He could cultivate either one as long as he had enough attributes. He could form the Lazy Mist with the Lazy Mist Devil Scripture, while the Devil Armor Divine Scripture would give him Divine Devil Armor. What was the Divine Devil Armor? It was different from the Devil Armor. The Devil Armor covered the body of the Devil Armor race. They were born with it, and it acted like the shell of an animal. On the other hand, the Divine Devil Armor could expand in size, just like the gigantic armor Devil Emperor Jarox had when he devil transformed. It's a little ugly though, Wang Ting muttered to himself in disdain when he remembered Devil Emperor Jarek's appearance during the devil transformation. Devil Armor Divine Scripture, 1,003,000, well-versed. Enlightenment popped into his mind continuously as he absorbed the attribute bubble. Soon, he grasped the operation of this Devil Armor Divine Scripture. He heaved a sigh of relief. After understanding this scripture, he knew that the Divine Devil Armor's appearance could be changed according to the executor. That meant that Wang Ting could make it look like normal armor. It didn't need to be as ugly as Devil Emperor Jarek's. He could even make it cool-looking. He should come up with a design before he made it. Yes, he would. Wang Ting touched his chin and nodded in satisfaction. After picking up Devil Emperor Jarek's attribute bubbles, Wang Ting turned to look at a few other bubbles of the same size. Chapter 12 29 Gains of the War. 4. These were attribute bubbles dropped by General Dart. Collect. Constellation Force, Earth, *10800 Celestial Realm Spirit *3000 Earth Element Blade Ultima *5000 Earth Domain *2300 Although General Dart didn't drop many bubbles, They were all big in size and contained good earth element attributes. There were 10,800 points of the constellation Earth Force alone. His Earth Force took a huge leap. But it was still at the 5th level of the celestial stage. The 3,000 points of celestial realm spirit increased the purity of his spirit further. 5,000 points of earth element blade ultima. Wang Teng didn't have this ultima earth element blade ultima. 2,000 3,000, 3rd level. Wang Teng added another ultima to his collection, and it was a blade ultima. Boxer Novell. The more common weapons he used were a sword and a blade. This meant that the earth element blade ultima was very useful. Lastly, there were 2,300 points of the earth domain. Wang Ting's meteorite shower domain was an earth domain. He felt that the meteorite shower domain was good enough and didn't plan to change it. Hence, he merged the earth element enlightenment into his meteorite shower domain. Meteorite shower domain, 1204,000, 4th level. The meteorite shower domain used to be at the 3rd level, but the 2,300 points addition pushed it to the 4th level. Wang Ting's grasp of this domain increased again. Wang Ting let out a long sigh after he collected General Dart's attribute bubbles. Good, he collected all the attributes from the 2 formidable warriors. Not one was missed. Compared to Devil Emperor Jarok's, General Dart dropped fewer attribute bubbles. This was probably because one was dead while the other was still alive. Wang Ting wanted more, but he couldn't kill General Dart, could he? He shook his head and threw this dangerous thought away. The remaining attribute bubbles were dropped by the other martial warriors. They densely populated the battlefield. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and picked them all up. Constellation Force, Fire, * 1200 Constellation Force, Wood, * 2000 Wood Ultima * 1000 Constellation Force, Earth, * 1800 Constellation Force, Lightning, * 3000 Metal Ultima * 1300 Constellation Force, Fire, * 2500 Constellation Force, Dark, * 1300 Constellation Force, Dark, * 1000. A large number of attribute bubbles swarmed over and merged into Wang Ting's body. His forces increased exponentially. Within a few seconds, all his 5 basic element forces skyrocketed. Even his wind, ice, and lightning force increased by a sizable amount. Constellation Metal Force, 12,000 80,000, Celestial Stage 8th level, Constellation Wood Force, 58,000 70,000, Celestial Stage 7th level, Constellation Water Force, 168000 80,000, Celestial Stage 8th level, Constellation Fire Force, 658000 90,000, Celestial Stage 9th level, Constellation Earth Force, 632000 70,000, Celestial Stage 7th level, Constellation Lightning Force, 458000 90,000, Planetary Stage 9th level, Constellation Wind Force, 132000 30,000, Celestial Stage 3rd level, Constellation Ice Force, 258000 50,000, Planetary Stage 5th level, Constellation Dark Force, 2800 30,000, Celestial Stage 3rd level. Wang Teng was overjoyed when he saw the increment in all his 8 forces. The 5 basic forces were all above the 7th level of the celestial stage. The Dark Force rose another 2 levels after advancing to the celestial stage. It was at the 3rd level now. Wang Ting's overall ability shot up. Then, there were the ultimas. His 5 basic ultimas increased greatly, as well as his wind element ultima. All of them increased his battle prowess. If he was able to combine them, he couldn't show it now, but if his opponent during a battle knew he possessed so many ultimas, he would be in despair. The spirit and enlightenment attributes also allowed Wang Ting's spirit and enlightenment to take a leap. He felt amazing. After collecting all the attribute bubbles on the battlefield, Wang Ting floated down from the sky. Wang Ting, Di was elated. He rushed over and laughed happily. I know you wouldn't die so easily. Then, he gave him a bear hug. Wang Ting shifted to the side and dodged him. Move your mouth, not your hands. Odi was speechless. He clutched his chest as if he was hurting from Wang Teng's rejection. Wang Ting burst out laughing at his reaction. Chapter You Shouldn't Provoke a Lady in Love. 1. Wang Teng and Di Qi chatted and laughed for a while. The atmosphere loosened up. After a life-and-death battle, everyone would more or less feel down. If those emotions were not let out, it would be bad for the martial warriors. It wouldn't be conducive to their future progress as well. Fortunately, both Di Qi and Wang Ting had already experienced many wars and had steeled their hearts. Major Wang Ting, sir. After Wang Teng and Di Qi had exchanged their greetings, Peggy and the others walked over and saluted Wang Teng. Peggy, how are the casualties of the team? Wang Teng nodded. 3 have suffered serious injuries, and the rest are slightly injured. But no one died. A proud smile appeared on Peggy's face. Even Wang Teng was surprised. When he participated in the battle, he was already mentally prepared for casualties in the team. It was inevitable. While there were injured people, he didn't expect that there would be no deaths. However, a result like this was undoubtedly the best. Peggy, Arwen, you did well. Wang Teng smiled and praised them. Sir, this is all thanks to you. If not for your help, many of us would have died. Arwen scratched his head and snickered. They knew about Wang Teng's tricks. Without them, the battle would be several times more difficult, and many more people would have died. Many people were in danger during the battle and were almost killed by the dark apparitions. Fortunately, Wang Teng intervened in time and pulled them back from the brink of death. Boxer Novell. That's right, boss. You gave us our lives, you can take it anytime. A burly martial warrior from the bear race patted his chest and spoke loudly. Darch, you fool. I don't want your life. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. Hee hee. Darch smirked. The others saw his naivety and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Over at the side, there was a hint of shock in Di Qi's eyes. He couldn't help but size up Peggy and the rest. What is this team? Death was inevitable in wars. Even veterans could not escape such a fate. Even Cosmos stage martial warriors could fall, let alone them. In the end, someone told him that there was not a single death in a 50-man team. Although this could be attributed to Wang Teng, it was clear that this team wasn't weak. It was worth mentioning that when he went to the third front line, his team had increased from 20 to 100 members. Firstly, General Cameron gave Wang Teng more authority for his merits. Secondly, this was a war and not an ordinary mission, which was why there were more people. The 100 of them were all celestial stage martial warriors who had spent years on the battlefield. They had a rich experience. 80 of them were added separately and had never worked with Wang Teng before. They didn't know the extent of his previous missions and had doubts about his strength. They had already prepared for the worst before they came, which was to die in battle. However, they didn't expect Wang Teng's strength and ability to exceed their imaginations. If not for his large-scale attacks, his team would definitely have been wiped out. And later, Wang Teng created the tornado to sweep away the dark apparitions and aided General Dart in killing Devil Emperor Jarox. All of that gave them a new understanding of Wang Teng's combat prowess. Everything that Wang Teng did was far beyond a celestial stage martial warrior's level. Especially the final blow that killed Devil Emperor Jarox. Almost everyone had their jaws wide open. That was a mid-tier Devil Emperor. It was hard to imagine that Wang Teng could kill him, even though General Dart had already injured him. All in all, after the battle, Wang Teng had established absolute trust and faith in the team. Wang Ting, you have a great team. Di Qi saw everyone's expressions and sent a voice transmission. They were all high-spirited and full of vigor. They had sincere respect in their eyes when they looked at Wang Teng. Di Qi felt a little envious. A lot of commanders had nurtured teams for several years, but not all of them could produce one with such cohesion and camaraderie. Wang Teng had only been at this for a while, yet he had already formed a team that was united as one. It was unbelievable. Wang Teng smiled and didn't say much. He then looked at Peggy and said, "Bring me to the wounded." "All right, come with me." Peggy was looking at Wang Teng strangely. She hurriedly lowered her head and responded when she heard Wang Teng. The seriously wounded were placed in the infirmary and underwent specialized treatment by doctors. There was also medical equipment like restoration cabins, which could ensure the rapid recovery of martial warriors. Wang Teng, your adjutant is looking at you strangely, Di Chi snickered as he sent over a voice transmission. Shut up, no one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Wang Teng snarled. He could tell from Peggy's eyes. To be honest, it was a little exciting to be admired by a female subordinate, but it was embarrassing to say such a thing. He was a reserved and shy person. TSK tilde Di Chi knew Wang Teng's sullen character very well. He glanced meaningfully at Peggy and Wang Teng. Peggy's furry white wolf ears were immediately dyed pink. Fortunately, they were covered by her long hair and no one could see anything. She tried her best to keep a straight face and maintain her calm appearance. She pretended that she didn't hear Di Chi's voice and see his dreadful eyes. However, Arwen, Yola, and the others were not idiots. They could tell at a glance, and there was laughter in the team. Martial warriors on the battlefield rarely saw women once every 6 months. They usually spent their time watching dirty videos to kill time. Now that there was such amusing gossip, everyone was excited. They stopped caring about anything else. Although they had thoughts about Peggy before, her strength and wisdom were not something they could handle, which was why they could only sigh in awe. They were all excited now that they could see this cold white wolf being tamed. Moreover, the master was their respected leader. They were naturally happy to see such a result. Peggy couldn't do anything about Di Chi, but she didn't hold back against Arwen and the others. She turned and glared at them fiercely. She was well established in the team. Everyone shrank their necks when they saw that murderous look. This is frightening. You shouldn't provoke a lady in love, Tilda. Chapter 1231 Good Impression +1 +1 +1 +1. Wang Ting followed Peggy to the infirmary. He couldn't see her expression, but he knew that she must be uneasy. However, as a martial warrior stationed on the battlefield, she wasn't greatly affected. Along the way, when other martial warriors saw Wang Teng, they stopped and saluted him, sending him off with their eyes. Discussions were heard occasionally. They were all about Wang Teng. Many people didn't know Wang Teng's identity, so they kept guessing. Some people even asked Wang Teng's team members for information. The martial warriors with higher authority searched the military website directly. They got some brief information about Wang Teng. For instance, he was a baron of the empire and was at the celestial stage. These were all public information. Anyone could find it. This caused quite a huge commotion. He became a baron at such a young age and came to the battlefield to fight with the dark apparitions. He was different from the young nobles who only knew how to hide behind their families and enjoy their lives. Most importantly, his talent was astonishing. He possessed such ability before he turned 20 and even managed to ambush Devil Emperor Jarox successfully. This wasn't something a normal person could achieve. God's child. He was a genius of the empire. His identity, ability, and performance on the battlefield, all these factors bred respect in their hearts. His reputation in the military started to climb. Boxer Novell. Before this, General Cameron was afraid that Wang Ting's reputation wasn't high enough. However, one war was enough for him to overtake other people who had worked for many years. Wang Ting saw the 3 seriously injured personnel after he arrived at the infirmary. They were lying on beds. Dark force floated above their wounds, seeping into the body slowly. They had injured their organs. If the attacks went deeper by an inch, they would have lost their lives. Actually, only martial warriors were able to withstand such injuries. An ordinary person without a strong physique would have already perished. Wang Teng glanced at them and acted directly. He executed the bestow of the goddess. Light force turned into rain and sprinkled on the 3 injured personnel. The dark force around their wounds dispersed. It turned into black smoke and floated away. At the same time, the wounds started to heal rapidly. The painful expression on the injured softened. They stopped frowning. The effects were amazing. Light force treatment. Arwen and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They knew that Wang Teng was a light element martial warrior, but they didn't know he had this skill. There were only a few people in the universe who knew any light force treatment. They were precious. They felt that their leader was an all-rounder. He knew everything and would always give them surprises. There was added insurance to their lives since their leader knew light force treatment. They had never felt this safe. The sense of security was real. Peggy stared at Wang Ting's back. Her gaze was filled with emotions. Daichi wasn't surprised. He knew that Wang Ting had the light force treatment skill, so he already had a hunch about what Wang Ting wanted to do when he came over. After executing the bestow of the goddess, Wang Ting took out a jade bottle and said, "There are 3 pills inside. Take them." The soldiers took the bottles and poured the pills out. A fragrance spread out instantly. Master-level pills. They were elated and shocked when they saw the quality of the pills. What? Master-level pills? The wounded martial warrior looked over in astonishment. Smell the fragrance. This is really a master-level Dan medicine. Oh my god, this reception is amazing. They received light force treatment and master-level pills. Which team is that? I want to join them. Don't stop me. It's Major Wang Ting. Leader, goodbye. You can't afford to raise me. I'm going to Major Wang Ting's side. The injured personnel were all envious when they smelled the fragrance. They almost betrayed their teams and rushed over to join Wang Ting. Their team leaders turned green in anger. They had promptly come to show concern to their team members, but all the limelight was stolen by Wang Ting. Their team members didn't appreciate their efforts and even wanted to leave. This was too much. They were heartbroken. They betrayed them for a single master-level pill. What happened to their friendship on the battlefield? Wang Ting chuckled slyly in his heart when he felt the bitter gazes around him. 3 master-level pills were enough to trigger this effect. It was worth it. He had numerous master-level pills, too many for him to use alone. Normally, he used Grandmaster-level pills, so these master-level pills were perfect for rewarding his teammates. Boss, this is too precious. A team member looked at the pill in his hand and exclaimed. Eat it. It's just a pill. Your life is more important, Wang Ting replied calmly. Knocked out face, the 3 team members felt touched. They almost cried. Look at what He's saying. Their boss treated their lives dearly too. This was touching. Good impression +1 +1 +1 +1. Wang Ting gained another round of good impressions. Everyone wished they could join his team. The 3 team members swallowed the pills after seeing Wang Ting's firm attitude. They instantly felt the miraculous effect of the pill. A warm stream flowed through their bodies and gathered around their wounds, alleviating the pain. They knew that their wounds were healing. Their injuries started recuperating at an incredible speed due to the combined effect of the light force treatment and the pills. By right, they would need half a month to recover, but now, they only needed 3 to 5 days. The martial warriors around them were flabbergasted when they saw the effects. Their eyes glowed brightly. What pill is this? The effect is amazing. A master-level pill would not have this effect unless it was a high-quality and rare type of healing pill. Not all healing dans were the same. The type of spiritual herbs and their combination had great influence over its effect. There were a few thousand types of master-level healing dans in the market. The ones with the best effects were all in the hands of Grandmaster-level alchemists. They were hard to find. They couldn't sit still anymore and gathered over enthusiastically. Major Wang Ting, do you have more pills? Can you sell them to us? That's right. All of us fought the dark apparitions together. Major Wang Ting, please help us. My team members are in a poor state. Look, He's on his last breaths. He needs a pill to save his life. Major Wang Ting, don't worry, we won't take them for free. We're willing to pay any price for them. If you don't have them, you can execute a light force treatment first. The team leaders spoke one after another as they gathered closely around Wang Ting. They almost drowned him with their saliva. Chapter 1232 Give a plum in return for a peach. When General Dart walked into the infirmary, he saw Wang Ting getting surrounded by people. He was stunned. What are you all doing? General Dart. General, you're here. General, please help us. Everyone clamored around General Dart and started talking at once. General Dart took some time to understand what happened. He stared at Wang Ting strangely and asked, "You know light force treatment?" "A little," Wang Ting replied calmly. "Hurry up and treat them. It's hard to eradicate the dark force from their wounds. If they don't get treated in time, it will affect their cultivation in the future. Please help them," General Dart requested earnestly. "I want to, but I can't execute it when they're surrounding me," Wang Ting replied innocently. The corners of everyone's lips twitched. This fellow was a little shameless. He wasn't this easy to talk to just now. Why did he change his attitude the moment General Dart come? Box and unveil. And he was still acting innocent. How shameless. But no one voiced their thoughts. What if Major Wang Ting bore grudges? They still needed him. "Why aren't you all moving? Didn't you hear what Major Wang Ting said? Spread out." General Dart felt helpless. Insensitive fellows. Yes. Everyone hurriedly took a few steps back. Good Lord. The older, the wiser. Wang Ting glanced at General Dart and smiled at him. Then, he executed a large-scale bestow of the goddess without any hesitation. Light rain splattered down the infirmary. All the injured were taken care of. No one was left out. The wounded felt much better after bathing in the rain. They thanked Wang Ting profusely. "Thank you, Major Wang Ting. Major Wang Ting is a good man." "Major Wang Ting, do you still need team members?" "I'm willing to join." "Major Wang Ting, I'm an experienced jungle martial warrior. I'm good at fighting creeps. Please choose me." "Major Wang Ting, please choose me. I can warm your bed." Wang Ting didn't expect these military martial warriors to be so funny. Jungle-style martial warrior? Are you serious? Do you play Mobile Legend? Also, warm my bed. I'm a righteous man. I won't be distracted by a person's look. Are you prettier than my adjutant? Do you have a better figure than her? If you don't, shut up. General Dart was at a loss for words. He was embarrassed by his subordinates. "Where's your dignity? You can throw yours away, but I still want mine." Wendell stood in the corner with a black face. Scoundrel realizing his ambition, the team member lying on the bed didn't dare to speak. After all, he had just accepted Wang Ting's light force treatment. "Major Wang Ting, thank you. Let me thank you on behalf of all the wounded." General Dart was surprised when he saw everyone's condition improving. However, he didn't forget to thank Wang Ting. "Please don't do that. It's nothing." Wang Ting waved his hand. "This isn't nothing. No one else can do it." General Dart shook his head with a smile. "You made a great contribution this time. Either way, you'll get what you deserve. I remember that the captain of the Tiger Strike Force is getting promoted. They need a powerful officer to take over his position. I'll vote for you. With General Cameron's help, you have a high chance." "The Tiger Strike Force?" Wang Ting was puzzled. Peggy, Di, and the others were astounded. They had some insider information. F***K, I've been in the military for so many years, but I don't have the right to fight for it. "It looks like you're getting real power soon," Di shouted instantly. He was envious. He used to be the garrison commander of the No. 4 defense planet, so he had some military influence there. He was like the local tyrant of the defense planet. However, it was nothing on the No. 29 defense planet. Every single team leader here was a Cosmos stage martial warrior. There was nothing to compare. "Does the Tiger Strike Force have a lot of power?" Wang Ting asked. "You don't know?" General Dart was surprised. "I came just recently. How would I know?" Wang Ting felt speechless. General Dart was stunned. Then, he shook his head bitterly. He had forgotten that Wang Ting was a newbie. His performance during his missions and the war was just too astonishing. He explained, "The Tiger Strike Force is a 1,000-man squad. They have 5,000 martial warriors, all at the celestial stage and above. The deputy regimental commanders are Cosmos stage martial warriors. On the No. 29 defense planet, the Tiger Strike Force is one of our top squads. If you can become the regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force, you will have real power. You won't just be a martial warrior with a normal military rank. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The Tiger Strike Force seemed awesome. If he could become its commander, he would have a certain amount of influence and speaking power in the military. Many thoughts went through his mind. Wang Ting nodded and smiled. Thank you, General. There's no need to thank me. You won it with your ability and contribution. I didn't help you. General Dart waved his hand and smiled. Wang Ting chatted with General Dart for some time before leaving. No one spoke about the pills again. They knew that such effective pills meant an extra life on the battlefield. They wouldn't give it away if they had one either. However, they didn't know that when Wang Ting left, he secretly gave General Dart a bottle of pills. There were 20 master-level healing pills inside. General Dart said that Wang Ting earned everything himself and he didn't help him, but Wang Ting wasn't a naive. Standing by his side was the greatest help to him. No one would help others for no reason, especially these bosses of the military. They wouldn't take sides easily either. Thus, Wang Ting accepted his kind favor. The pills were his way of showing his appreciation. How would he use them? That was General Dart's own business. It had nothing to do with him. Also, 20 master-level pills didn't matter much to him. He could make them easily with a few furnaces. He was a Grandmaster alchemist. He had the confidence to do this. The war had just ended, so General Dart had many things to deal with. After staying for some time in the infirmary, he also left. Wendell furrowed his brows as he stood in the corner. He gritted his teeth, and his gaze turned sharp. Wang Ting, it's you again. Wendell screamed in his heart. He forcefully suppressed the urge to kill Wang Ting now. Then, he operated his wristwatch and sent a message. There was only one word in the message: kill. Chapter 1233 Im 2 Charismatic. 1. In the center of the main base of the number 29 defense planet, there was a hall in a metal building. Martial warriors who were at least major generals were gathered there in their uniforms. They were of various ages, including males and females. All of them were calm without any emotion on their faces. These people were the important figures of the number 29 defense planet. Everyone. A voice was suddenly heard from the main seat. General Cameron was seated there as his gaze swept around indifferently. Everyone's attention was on him. The Dark Apparition's invasion came very suddenly. Although we were prepared for it, the result is still not optimistic. General Cameron paused a little before continuing. The 9th, 13th, and 17th frontlines have fallen. The listeners' expressions underwent a huge change. After getting the status of each frontline, the results were made known to General Cameron firsthand. But the others didn't know it yet. The shock in their hearts was indescribable when they heard such bad news. Having 3 frontlines fall at once was something that had never happened since a decade ago. Was an all-out war going to break out again? Whenever such a situation occurred, it was a premonition of an all-out war. Everyone's expression was grave, and the atmosphere of the command hall became solemn. Besides that, 6 frontlines suffered severe damage and heavy losses. General Cameron threw another bomb at them. They had already prepared for the worst, but they were still shocked by the news. What is happening, Boxonovel? Are these dark apparitions crazy? Are all the frontline commanders useless? We suffered such a huge loss. We have to mobilize troops to recover the fallen frontlines. We cannot let the dark apparitions occupy those 3 areas. Otherwise, it will be a huge threat to us. They couldn't sit still. They were startled and angry, and a heated discussion broke out. Knock, knock. General Cameron frowned and knocked on the table. Everyone slowly quietened down. The frontlines must be recovered, but how do we do it? Who do we send? General Cameron asked. If it were up to me, I'd send the strongest squads and recover the frontlines with the force of a thunderbolt. It can also serve as a deterrent and boost everyone's morale, a middle-aged lieutenant general said. I agree with General Chi Yuanju. We shouldn't go easy on these dark apparitions, or they will think we are easy to bully. Yes, that's how it should be. Give the dark apparitions a blow. Not bad, I agree too. General Qi Yuanju's words were affirmed by everyone. None of these generals were cowards, and all of them were unyielding. If the dark apparitions attacked them, they would strike back. All right, let's choose 3 squads that are the most suitable, General Cameron said. It goes without saying that the Red Scorpion, Tiger Strike Force, and Raging Bear squads should go, General Qi Yuanju said. Okay. General Cameron pondered for a moment and nodded. But the commander of the Tiger Strike Force is going to be promoted and the new commander has not been decided. It doesn't seem like a good time to send the Tiger Strike Force when things are changing. An elder had doubts. If you want to be the Tiger Strike Force's commander, you need to have a certain strength and ability. Recovering the front lines is just the right experience. A female major general laughed. That's not a bad idea. The elder nodded. Then who do we choose as the new commander? General Qi Yuanju asked. This is why I called you here today, General Cameron said. Now, based on the recommendations, there are 3 suitable candidates. Take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, a screen emerged above the long table. There were 3 portraits on the screen, and their detailed resumes could be seen as well. Wendell, he has executed 3,678 missions with a success rate of over 85%. Be it experience or reputation, he has both. And there's Tiger Strike Force's Vice Commander Hua Chia, who has executed 3,423 missions with a success rate of over 85%. On top of that, he cooperated well with the commander and is very familiar with the Tiger Strike Force during his time as its vice commander. We are not surprised by the first 2 candidates, but the last one, after everyone read all the information, they frowned as their eyes landed on the last candidate. This was a newcomer. Moreover, there were only 3 missions on his resume, with little to no detail about them. How could such a person appear on the list of candidates for the Tiger Strike Force's commander? Was he someone who got in through the back door? Amongst the people present, a cold light flashed in an elder's eyes when he saw Wang Teng's portrait. This was the Parker's family representative for the number 29 defense planet, Crofts, a Heaven Stage martial warrior. He was the person behind recommending Wendell for the position. He wanted Wendell to be Tiger Strike Force's commander so that he could increase the family's influence on the number 29 defense planet. Chapter 1234 Im too charismatic. 2. He didn't expect to see Wang Ting's name here as Wendell's competitor. This brat arrived at the number 29 defense planet not long ago and only completed a few missions. What right did he have to compete for the commander position? Who recommended him? Fortunately, everyone was questioning his ability. He heaved a sigh of relief. There was no point in recommending him if no one felt that he was qualified for the position. He would be filtered out in the end. To him, Wang Ting's appearance was just for show. A cold smile appeared at the edge of Croft's lips. Nonsense. General Qi Yuanju shouted, this is nonsense. He has only executed 3 missions. How can he be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force? You're putting the Tiger Strike Force in danger. That's right. This is unreasonable. He's incompetent. How can a newbie be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force? Which idiot recommended him? I did. General Cameron's face turned black. He had anticipated their intense reaction, but he didn't expect them to scold him. The noises stopped abruptly. Everyone stared at General Cameron in a daze. Their minds couldn't react in time. General Cameron was the idiot. Phut. How was he an idiot? There must be some misunderstanding. Crofts was flabbergasted as well. His pupils constricted. This was out of his imagination. Was there a relationship between the two? Why did General Cameron recommend a newbie for no reason? As an experienced general, this wasn't his way of doing things. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had an ominous feeling. General Cameron was the commanding general of the number 29 defense planet. With his recommendation, Wang Teng's odds would increase tremendously. General Cameron, I'm not talking about you. Please listen to my excuse, my explanation. The Major General's face turned green. He looked at General Cameron carefully and tried to reclaim himself. The other people gloated as they watched him. Why did you have to be so straightforward? Look, you're suffering the implications now. General Chi Yuanju continued in embarrassment. General Cameron, why did you choose Wang Teng? Please take a look at the results of the 3 missions. General Cameron shook his head and tapped the screen in front of him lightly. More information about Wang Teng appeared below his profile picture. The details of his missions were revealed too. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, it wasn't appropriate to release these details, but he had to show some real battle exploits to convince the rest. That was why he released the information. Brought back the devil ovum. Captured a devil mind dark apparition. Killed a mid-tier devil emperor and saved the 3rd frontline with minimum cost. Everyone's expression changed as they read the new information. They were astounded and found it a little hard to believe. The results of the missions were written clearly. He brought back a devil ovum on his first mission. A devil ovum. Did they see it correctly? Everyone knew what a devil ovum was. Its appearance meant a life-or-death crisis for the entire planet. Yet Wang Teng managed to silently solve this catastrophe. The problem was, how did he bring the devil ovum back? Didn't he get enchanted or corrupted? As for the devil mind dark apparition, it was stated that this was a strange and mysterious dark apparition race. They could take over the minds of various living creatures and had been haunting humans for a long time. Nonetheless, Wang Teng captured one, and research was being carried out. This was undoubtedly a huge military contribution. Finally, he helped General Dart of the 3rd Frontline to kill a mid-tier devil emperor, protecting the frontline with only a small price paid. It was unbelievable that a celestial stage martial warrior could kill a mid-tier devil emperor. They had to admit that after these 3 missions, Wang Teng had enough reputation in the military. There was no doubt about his capabilities. General Cameron, is this true? General Chi Yuanju asked in disbelief. The others looked over simultaneously. They couldn't believe that one person had all these achievements under his belt. I won't ruin my reputation by making these up, General Cameron replied calmly. General Chi Yuanju took a deep breath and rubbed his forehead. This is unimaginable. Croft's face turned black. Wang Teng exceeded his expectations again. Things were moving in a direction he couldn't control. This infuriated him. He thought that he could control Wang Teng easily once he came to the defense planet because he was just a celestial stage martial warrior with no background. Who would have thought that he already made so many great achievements secretly? But he managed to conceal his emotions well. General Cameron, I have a question. Can you help to clear my doubt? General Cameron glanced at him with a sharp gaze. He nodded and said, please say it. How did Wang Teng bring the devil ovum back? Based on what I know, an ordinary person can't resist its enchantment, Croft said with a smile. I have no other intention. I just want to be safe. Chapter 1235 I'm too charismatic. 3. Everyone present was smart. They knew that he didn't want Wang Teng to be the regiment commander. They knew that Croft belonged to the Parkers, just like Wendell. It seemed like he wanted to help Wendell. However, pulling Wang Teng out of the picture for Wendell's sake wasn't his only intention. The majority of the people present didn't know about the feud between Wang Teng and the Parkers. They never thought that Croft's real intention was to end Wang Teng's military journey. General Cameron glanced at him again and replied indifferently, I was concerned too, so I brought him to Mr. Veblen for inspection the moment he came back. There's no problem with him. Mr. Veblen inspected him? Looks like we were worried for nothing. Everyone was stunned. No one had any more concerns upon learning that Mr. Veblen had completed an inspection of Wang Teng. They nodded in deep thought. General Cameron continued, as for how he brought it back, he has his own methods. I can't reveal them. However, I can tell you that Major Wang Teng is a light element martial warrior. I heard that he knows a light force treatment too. General Dart received a lot of help from him and is full of praise for him. A smile appeared on General Cameron's face as he spoke. He was delighted with Wang Teng's performance. If not, he wouldn't have recommended him for the regimental commander's position. Light element martial warrior, he knows light force treatment. Dart is lucky. No wonder he praised Wang Tung so much. So that's the reason. Good riddance. I think Major Wang Ting is extremely suitable to be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. Everyone's attitude changed when they heard that Wang Ting was a light element martial warrior. They wished they could befriend him immediately. They didn't care who the regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force was as long as he had the capabilities. Looking at Wang Ting's portfolio, he was quite powerful. Wendell and Hua Chia might not have been able to assist General Dart in killing a mid-tier Devil Emperor. General Cameron felt speechless. Their attitudes changed like the flip of a book. Crofts was dumbfounded. He felt that he just dug a hole for himself. His aim was to pull Wang Ting down, but he helped him instead. He felt like vomiting blood out of frustration. Since no one has any objections, Wang Ting will be the next commander of the Tiger Strike Force, General Cameron said. Wait. Crofts shouted hurriedly. What is it? Do you have any questions? We haven't witnessed Wang Ting's strength personally. Why don't we let the three of them have a battle after he comes back? Why? Major Wang Ting can kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor. We have no doubts about his ability, General Chi Yuanju said. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, the others agreed. Crofts was exasperated. F***K, this isn't what you said just now. That's a good suggestion. General Cameron gave him an ambiguous gaze and nodded. Let them have a battle. Crofts remained expressionless, but he was smirking in his heart. If that brat didn't come back, there wouldn't be a need for a battle. Wang Ting didn't know what was happening in the main base. He was on his way back. Everyone was in a good mood. They were still immersed in the happiness of winning the war. Boss, you've made many contributions this time. You will be promoted to colonel soon, right? Arwen looked at Wang Ting, who was beside him, and asked. Who knows? Our boss is so powerful. He'll definitely be promoted. It will be a waste of talent if he isn't, Xiong Daki said honestly. If boss is promoted, will our team be disbanded? Arwen asked suddenly. Everyone turned quiet. This was an apparent question. If Wang Ting was promoted, he would have other subordinates. The team would be disbanded and distributed to different teams. Even if Wang Ting treasured their relationship, he could only keep a few of them. He wouldn't keep the entire team. Peggy's expression changed. She had ignored this question completely. Wang Ting was accumulating military contributions at an amazing speed, and this time, his achievement was even more impressive. He would most likely be promoted, but their team couldn't catch up with his speed. Her gaze turned dim. She lowered her head so that others couldn't see her expression. Don't think too much. Nothing is confirmed yet. I'm still a newbie, so I might not be promoted. Wang Ting broke the silence. He didn't imagine that his subordinates would miss him. Indeed, I'm too charismatic. Di glanced at Wang Ting silently. He knew that separation was inevitable. Every martial warrior hoped to follow a leader like Wang Ting because they could gain many benefits under him. However, they had to be worthy too. People with no value wouldn't get the opportunity even if it was laid right in front of them. Major Wang Ting is right. Let's not think too much. Who knows what will happen in the future? Peggy was enlightened after hearing Wang Ting's words. Her sorrow disappeared instantly. She didn't know what would happen to the others, but she was Wang Ting's adjutant. There was a high chance he would bring her along. Chapter 1236. I'm too charismatic. 4. Brothers, I'm sorry. Women are selfish. Peggy consoled herself. Boom. Just when the others wanted to speak, the battlecraft suddenly trembled. What happened? Peggy's expression changed. Everyone shot to their feet and took out their weapons. Was it a dark apparition's attack? Round ball, what's the matter? Wang Ting asked in his mind. He frowned. Someone's attacking us. Not dark apparitions. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Yes, not dark force. It should be human martial warriors. HMPH. Wang Tung snorted. He stood up without any expression on his face and said, "Let's see who on this number 29 defense planet can't wait to kill me." He asked Round Ball to open the cabin door and flew out. Peggy and the others couldn't just sit and watch, so they hurriedly followed him. Outside, a group of martial warriors in battle armor was blocking their path. There were around 40 to 50 people. They were in the wilderness with nothing around them. Without a soul in sight, this was a perfect place for an ambush. These martial warriors weren't wearing mass-produced battle armor, so their faces were hidden. "Who are you?" Wang Ting activated his eyes of essence to see their faces, but they were all strangers. He didn't recognize any of them. "Someone who will kill you," a martial warrior replied coldly. "How dare you?" Arwen and the others were infuriated. These people popped out of nowhere and said they wanted to kill Wang Ting. Were they looking down on them? Attack! The other party wasted no time. The leader waved his hand and released his cultivation power at the peak of the cosmos stage. He charged toward Wang Ting. Kill! His subordinates also released a sharp killing intent and followed him closely. The majority of the martial warriors were at the peak of the celestial stage. Besides the leader who was at the peak of the cosmos stage, there were 2 other cosmos stage martial warriors hiding in the crowd. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks 3 martial warriors at the peak of the cosmos stage. Thanks for thinking so highly of me, Wang Tung scoffed. It looked like these people had an accurate grasp of his combat prowess. Although he could kill a heaven stage martial warrior, he relied on external forces. For instance, someone else would beat the heaven stage martial warrior up badly before he sneaked an attack and finished him. In summary, he had some difficulty when dealing with heaven stage martial warriors. That also meant that he didn't have the ability to kill a heaven stage martial warrior personally. The ability of 3 martial warriors at the peak of the cosmos stage was extremely close to that of a heaven stage martial warrior. They should be enough to deal with Wang Ting. Boom! The leader arrived in front of Wang Ting within a split second. He held his blade and slashed it down. The blade glow came slamming down with the fire element Ultima. Boom! Wang Ting remained calm. There was no fear on his face. A sword appeared in his hand, and he released his water element Ultima. Swoosh! The sound of water rose behind Wang Ting. Numerous towering waves tossed and turned behind him while blue sword glows intertwined and crashed towards the blade glow. Ultima times 1000 crashing ripples. 8th level. Wang Ting had collected many Ultima attributes in the battle, so his water Ultima rose to the 8th level. It was many times more powerful than before. Boom! Both parties collided, creating a loud explosion. The waves powered up the blue sword glow, and it crashed into the blade glow again and again as if there was no end to it. Suddenly, the blade glow, which contained the fire Ultima, shattered. It was destroyed by the sword glow. How is that possible? The leader's expression changed. He was appalled. He realized that his opponent could curb his fire Ultima. Mind you, his fire Ultima was at the 7th level. It was powerful even among the Cosmos stage martial warriors. Was his opponent's water Ultima stronger than his fire Ultima? Come on, this fellow was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Tell me who sent you and I will let you die a quicker death, Wang Ting said indifferently. He raised his sword and pointed at his enemy. What did you say? The leader was enraged. Chapter 1237 Shameless. What did you say? The leader was enraged. His gaze turned sharp. Let him die a quicker death. He was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Where did he get the courage to say such words? He was belittling them. Every Cosmos stage martial warrior had their own pride, including him. Wang Ting might be a powerful and talented martial warrior, but he wasn't afraid. Looks like he'll have to capture you to question you. Wang Ting shook his head. You're looking for death. Killing intent shot out of the martial warrior's eyes. He remembered something and snorted. Brat, you took some effort to execute the tornado attack on the battlefield, right? With your current celestial stage ability, One execution is your maximum. I'm sure that you've exhausted much of your power and you're just putting on a strong front. He gave an I see through you expression. Wang Teng's expression changed, but it only lasted for a split second before he resumed his composure. Ha ha ha, you're indeed a paper tiger. The martial warrior laughed. Looks like you did your research. That means that you were at the third front line and saw everything. My only enemy there is Wendell. You must be a part of the Parker's family. Wang Ting voiced out his guess expressionlessly. So what if you know? You're going to die anyway. The martial warrior stopped laughing abruptly. He didn't think that Wang Ting would guess everything correctly. He stared at him sharply. Aren't you afraid of getting found out? The military won't let you go if they learn that you attacked a military martial warrior who's just earned military exploits, Wang Ting said. Ch, stop struggling. We made ample preparations to kill you. We placed signal disruption devices around this area, so no one will know what's happening here. After we kill you, we'll leave the number 29 defense planet. No one will be able to find us. The leader sneered. As expected, you came prepared. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. Then, he suddenly asked, "Oh, have you heard of this sentence?" What? The leader frowned. The antagonist dies from talking too much, you idiot. Wang Ting laughed. The leader's face turned black. He felt humiliated. He finally knew that Wang Ting was playing with him. Die. The leader roared in anger and disappeared on the spot. He turned into a beam of light charging at Wang Ting. Boom. The crimson-red flames circled his body. Blade glow cut through the sky and the power of Ultima exploded. He slashed the flaming blade glow at Wang Ting. Wang Ting remained quiet. Streams of water twirled around his sword. He released his water Ultima to its maximum and welcomed his opponent's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded in the sky. The impact of the clash of forces blasted holes of different sizes into the ground. Chi, Peggy, and the other members of the team were held back. They couldn't reinforce Wang Ting. These martial warriors only wanted to kill Wang Ting. As for the rest, they just tried their best to hold them back. That would make things easier. Chi was injured and had expended much of his energy on the battlefield. He could only release a small fraction of his true power. He wasn't a bug like Wang Ting, so he couldn't recover immediately. Move. Chi bellowed in anger. A green glow gathered on his sword as he tried to force his opponent back. However, the other party didn't engage him head-on. He evaded all the lethal attacks and came back instantly to block him. Chi wanted to help Wang Ting, but he couldn't. The celestial stage martial warriors held him back successfully. Some distance away, behind a huge rock, Wendell was wearing armor and staring at the battle in the sky. There was a smirk at the edge of his lips. Let me see how you escape this time. Wang Ting and the leader were having a heated battle in the sky. They turned into two balls of light, one blue and one red, and collided fervently, setting off loud explosions. The longer they fought, the more flabbergasted the leader was. He only understood how powerful Wang Ting was after sharing blows with him. Despite being a celestial stage martial warrior, his ability was astonishing. It was unbelievable. He realized that he had underestimated Wang Ting. One shouldn't judge this fellow using common sense. But he still didn't think that Wang Ting could defeat him. Besides, he was just a paper tiger now. He was probably forcing himself. Let's see how long you can last. The leader shouted and increased the intensity of his attacks. Wang Ting realized that he couldn't win against his opponent with his water element alone. A few hundred rounds were his maximum. He needed to use other forces. Dragon Blood Battle Physique. Boom. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, Wang Ting bellowed in his heart. 3 kinds of flame exploded inside him. They weren't divine flames. They were the 3 beast flames from the Parkers. Furious Scorching Beast. Star Phoenix Flame. Ocean Whale Flame. The 3 flames of different colors spiraled around him, turning into different fire patterns. One looked like a raging beast in flames, the other was a crimson-red flame that looked like a peacock spreading its feathers, and the last one was a blue giant whale flame pattern. He wanted to see how powerful he could be if he just used the beast flames. The 3 different patterns appeared on his skin, strengthening his physique and making him appear divine. The leader squinted. Fire force. How many elements did he have? He had used light force and wind force during the war. Now, he showed his fire force and water force. That was 4 forces. What is this? Wendell intently stared at the flame patterns on Wang Ting's body. They looked extremely familiar. He could recognize the execution of this battle technique and the 3 flame patterns. They were similar to his family's dragon blood battle physique. Come on! Wang Tung shouted. He swung his fist and punched it out. The flames turned into a fist mark. He secretly instilled some strength of Ultima inside, so it wasn't just scorching. It was filled with strength too. Bang! One punch was enough for the leader to know how hard Wang Ting was to deal with. This attack was even more powerful than the water element Ultima. How unlucky of me. The leader was thrown back by a single punch. His expression turned ugly. Is this all you have? Wang Ting turned his wrist, making a cracking smile. Then, he gave his opponent a smirk. It's too early to be proud. A cold glint flashed past the leader's eyes. He charged forward again. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 parties smashed into each other once more. The attacks went to and fro. No one seemed to be at an advantage. How can he last so long? The leader was puzzled. He could feel his forces depleting slowly. His expression turned hideous. Wasn't he supposed to be exhausted? He felt that he got tricked. Boom, boom. At this moment, 2 loud explosions sounded behind Wang Ting. A powerful force smashed over, bringing with it the scorching heat of the fire element. They were like 2 volcanoes. Be careful. Di Chi's shout came a second after. Wang Ting saw the sly smile on the martial warrior's face. Although he was wearing armor that covered his face, Wang Ting could see the smile through his eyes of essence. Boom. The next instant, 2 terrifying attacks landed on Wang Ting. The fire force turned into flames and ate him up. Wang Ting, Di Chi and Peggy squinted. They clenched their fists uncontrollably. Wang Ting just came back from the battlefield, so he was at his weakest. If he got hit, the consequences would be unbearable. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras shot into the sky within the group of celestial stage martial warriors. They exceeded the limit of the celestial stage. 2 martial warriors at the peak of the cosmos stage. Di Chi's expression changed. He was astounded. 2 more cosmos stage martial warriors had suddenly appeared. They were hiding among the celestial stage martial warriors so that they could ambush Wang Ting. No one expected this change. How could cosmos stage martial warriors be this shameless? Why did they have to ambush a celestial stage martial warrior? Shouldn't they be ashamed of themselves? Chapter 1238. This fellow is a devil dressed in human skin. Dragon 17, you're too weak. You can't even handle a celestial stage martial warrior. You're lucky we are here together this time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to complete your mission. The 2 cosmos stage martial warriors flew over from the crowd. The martial warrior known as Dragon 17 scoffed and frowned. If you're so capable, go and fight with him alone. Being wise after the fact doesn't make you capable. If it was up to us, we wouldn't need you. One of them chuckled. Dragon 15, this brat is shockingly strong. You really think you can handle him alone? How naive, Dragon 17 said coldly. He's just a celestial stage martial warrior. You are taking him too seriously. Dragon 15 shook his head disdainfully and looked at the other person beside him. Dragon 14, if it was you, only a few moves would have sealed the deal. Around 10 moves. He's still a bit strong. Dragon 14 was proud of himself. See, Dragon 14 agrees with me. Dragon 15 chuckled and squeezed him. It means you're really lousy. You. Dragon 17 was furious. If he had known earlier, he would have let them go first. Now that the fight was over, they were here being sarcastic. In the end, They only wanted to squeeze him out so that they could share the credit among themselves. Wang Ting was considered a great bounty in the Parker's family. Even the furious Flaming Universe Lord and Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord said it themselves that anyone who could kill him would be greatly rewarded. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk to come to the number 29 defense planet to cooperate with Crofts and kill Wang Ting. Now that Wang Ting had died, they decided to share the spoils. Dragon 14 and Dragon 15 had apparently reached a consensus to reduce Dragon 17's contribution in the mission. This way, the two of them could get a greater portion of the reward. The three of them didn't care about the surroundings when they were talking. Peggy and the others heard their conversation. They wanted to rush up and fight them to death. However, there were many celestial stage martial warriors around them that held them back. They couldn't get away from them. Dragon 14, Dragon 15, Dragon 17. Dai-Chi frowned. His mind spun quickly. He seemed to have heard such a title somewhere before. Oh right. The Parker's family. They had a mysterious and powerful martial warrior squad, which seemed to be named after dragons. Every squad member was powerful and had seen their fair share of blood. They were definitely not to be compared with ordinary martial warriors. As a descendant of the Cavendish family, he had naturally heard of some inside stories. In fact, every family had a similar squad that would usually do some secretive things in the dark. Dai-Chi's expression was grim. The Parker's family was too shameless. They even sent someone to kill him after he arrived at the number 29 defense planet. Generally speaking, no matter what hatred or grievance, they wouldn't be brought to the defense planets. They were a place to fight against dark apparitions. All grievances would be resolved after leaving the defense planet. However, the Parkers didn't care about that at all. They did whatever they wanted to and didn't take such unspoken rules seriously. Swoosh. At this moment, a strange energy suddenly radiated into the surroundings and enveloped everyone in it. The sky and the earth disappeared, replaced by a strange dark yellow area. Boulders were floating in the sky and even the ground was made of floating boulders, like a small piece of land. This is a domain. Dragon 14 and Dragon 15 looked like they had seen a ghost. Their voices raised by an octave involuntarily. It was like they had been castrated. They couldn't care less about competing for rewards and looked around quickly. Why was there suddenly a domain? Did a heaven stage martial warrior arrive? If that were the case, their plan would fail, and their lives might even be in danger. The martial warriors from the military would never spare them. Dragon 17's face was also full of horror. He felt uncomfortable, and an ominous premonition emerged in his heart. Few people had seen Wang Ting using his domain, which was why there wasn't any description of it in the Parker's family's report. The three of them never imagined that Wang Ting, a celestial stage martial warrior, could master a domain. But Peggy and the others recognized this domain. When Wang Ting snatched the devil ovum, he used it to stop the dark apparitions. So they knew that this was Wang Ting's domain. Boom. Just when all kinds of thoughts were appearing in everyone's minds, huge boulders fell from the sky with terrifying force, smashing fiercely at Dragon 14 and the others. Their pupils shrank as they tried their best to resist and launch attacks repeatedly, trying to smash the boulders into pieces. But there were too many boulders. They smashed a few of them, but the boulders on the sides had already reached them. They couldn't react in time. Boom, boom, boom. The boulders struck the martial warriors who were wearing armor. Even Dragon 14 and the others couldn't avoid it and were constantly hit. On the other hand, Peggy and the others stood there without moving. The boulders seemed to have eyes and avoided them. They heaved a sigh of relief. Although they knew that this was Wang Ting's domain, there were so many boulders raining down. Even people with firm minds like them would feel a tingle in their scalps. It looked like an indiscriminate attack. What if it struck them? Their small bodies couldn't stand such an impact. Fortunately, that didn't happen and the boulders avoided them. It seemed like the wonders of the domain were beyond their imagination. It was impossible to understand the mysteries of the domain without truly mastering it. Dai-Chi looked at their expressions and couldn't help but ask, "You guys don't seem to be worried at all?" This is Major Wang Ting's domain. Don't you know? Peggy asked. I know. My foot. Dai-Chi was a little dazed. Wang Ting had never told him about any domains. Wait. Damn, he actually comprehended a domain. Dai-Chi reacted abruptly. His mind was in shambles and a mess. Was this fellow even a celestial stage martial warrior? A celestial stage martial warrior with an enlightened domain. Are you kidding me? I don't know which senior is here. Is there a misunderstanding? Dragon 15 couldn't fight back against the barrage of boulders. He was in a pitiful state and hurriedly shouted. The person controlling the domain hadn't appeared. They didn't know who was attacking them. Dragon 15 was helpless. If he kept silent, he felt that they would be crushed to death. The one facing them was a heaven stage martial warrior. Now that they were trapped in the domain, they were like sitting ducks. Escaping here was very, very difficult. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. If they didn't admit it, they would probably die. Misunderstanding? A voice came from above with a hint of mockery. You wanted to kill me just now. This shouldn't be a misunderstanding. Why was this voice so familiar? Dragon 15 was stunned. It felt like something bad was going to happen. Dragon 14 and Dragon 17 looked up one after another only to see a figure gradually emerging from a boulder. It was indeed Wang Ting. You. Dragon 15's eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. He couldn't say anything else except for you. This bastard wasn't dead. He even used his domain and trapped them here. Impossible. Dragon 14 couldn't believe his eyes. He earlier claimed that he could deal with Wang Ting in 10 moves. Now, he appeared in front of him like this. It was full of drama. Did you say that you could finish me off with 10 moves? Wang Ting looked at Dragon 14. Dragon 14's expression froze. Slap. His face was slapped randomly. The face hurt a bit. 10 moves. Damn it. If he knew Wang Ting had a domain, he wouldn't have boasted. He couldn't win against a martial warrior who used a domain. Not even with 1,000 moves. How is it possible for you to have a domain? Dragon 14 stared at Wang Ting, trying to see flaws in his expression. I'm sorry. I really have it. It won't do you any good if you don't believe it, Wang Ting said calmly. Dragon 14 wanted to swear. Oh right, I went to catch someone just now. Let's see who it is. Wang Ting stretched out his hand. A figure flew from behind and landed in front of them. The person looked miserable with a bruised nose and swollen face. It was like he had just been tortured. Wendell. It's him. Although the face was swollen, Peggy and the others could still recognize him. That person turned out to be Wendell. When Dragon 14 and the others saw Wendell, their expressions changed. Damn it. Wasn't Wendell hiding in the distance? How was he caught? Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Wang Ting looked at them with a smile. This person was indeed Wendell. He was hiding in the distance and thought that Wang Ting didn't see him. In the end, he was sneaked upon and captured. Wendell was clearly not as powerful as the 3 martial warriors who were at the peak of the Cosmos stage. Besides, he never expected Wang Ting to find him and even have the time to deal with him. That was why he was caught easily without any precautions. Dragon 14 and the others, surprised, shocked. Why was this brat's personality so vile? When they looked at his face, they didn't know why, but they wanted to hit him badly. Wang Ting, let me go. Wendell had not fainted yet. Getting stepped on by Wang Ting, he felt extremely humiliated and struggled desperately. You were caught by me, someone with poor strength. Why should I let you go? Wendell was taken aback. Then, he reacted immediately. What do you mean by that? This bastard basically called him a piece of trash. Dai-Chi, Peggy, and the others laughed uncontrollably. Wang Ting was such a prankster. He never missed a chance to humiliate Wendell. Ha ha ha, Wendell, you're really capable. Dai-Chi laughed loudly. Wendell's entire face darkened as he roared angrily. Wang Ting, I want you to die. Wang Ting had a warm smile on his face, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. He then stomped down hard on Wendell's face. Bang! A huge force slammed down on Wendell's head, deforming it. The boulder below shattered open with his head inside. Wendell let out a painful howl. You should be obedient after getting caught. Let me teach you a little lesson. Dragon 14 and the others' mouths were twitching. This fellow is so ruthless. He just stomped on him when he didn't see eye to eye with him. He didn't take Wendell seriously at all. They were after all members of the Parker's family. Did this guy really have no qualms about treating Wendell in such a manner? Wang! Ting! Wendell wasn't a coward either. Being trampled on, the shame in his heart was about to explode. He had never been treated like this before. His eyes were red, and he growled like a wounded beast. Looks like you haven't understood the situation. Wang Teng lifted his feet and stomped fiercely. Bang! Just as Wendell was trying to break free, he was squashed into the hole again. But Wang Ting didn't stop. He raised his foot again, then stomped him. Again, and again, and again. After repeating this more than 10 times, he finally stopped. I finally feel better. Wang Ting let out a breath slowly and looked down at the unrecognizable Wendell. By the way, what were you trying to say just now? You can continue. Everyone. This fellow is a devil dressed in human skin. Chapter 1239 Battle of Ultima. Within the meteorite shower domain, Wang Ting stood on top of a rock. There was a strange human-looking thing beside him. The thing's head was buried in the rock while its arms were trembling. It seemed to be struggling frantically, trying to pluck its head out of the rock. However, the head was buried quite deep. This person seemed heavily injured, so he couldn't pull his head out. Everyone felt the muscles on their face twitching when they saw this scene. Especially Di Chi and Peggy. They felt their blood turning a little cold and their heads a little numb. This was vicious. No human would be so ruthless. They felt this way even though they were Wang Ting's companions. One could imagine what Dragon 14 and the others were thinking. They felt like the victims instead. To hell with an assassination. Who was the one being assassinated here? Weren't they supposed to be the assassins? Why did they have to suffer such inhuman treatment? Also, Wendell was useless. He got caught without any warning. If Wang Ting didn't take him out to tease them, they wouldn't even know he was captured. Crack! A clear sound was heard suddenly. Wendell finally pulled his head out of the hole. His face had gotten more swollen. There was only a line left for his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Wang Ting. His body was trembling, in fear or anger, as he stuttered. Let me go. Why should I? You'll die if you kill me. Wendell swallowed the humiliation and replied. Are you saying I can't resist? You can kill me, but I can't do the same. Wang Ting snorted in anger. He stared at Wendell indifferently. Wendell wanted to retort. All right, stay where you are. I'll take care of you later. Wang Ting didn't give Wendell any chance to speak. He stepped Wendell's head into the stone crack again. He then looked at the assassins below and asked calmly, Are you all going to surrender or do you want me to beat you until you surrender? Dragon 14 and the others frowned. They felt humiliated by Wang Ting's words. Surrender or beat them until they surrender. Was there a difference? This fellow was looking down on them. The three of them exchanged glances with one another. They threw away their disagreements and reached a consensus. Let's break the domain together. I don't believe that the domain of a celestial stage martial warrior will be that strong. Dragon 14 shouted in anger and darted into the sky. He released all the fire force in his body and gathered it around his long spear. This was Wang Teng's meteorite shower domain, so all the fire force was blocked outside. He couldn't use it. He could only use his own force. Dragon 17 and Dragon 15 acted simultaneously without any hesitation. Their survival was on the line, so they wouldn't create trouble. They were both fire element martial warriors, so they released all their fire force. It flowed relentlessly out of their bodies. The three forces gathered together and congregated on Dragon 14's long spear. Wang Teng frowned slightly. They are launching a joint attack. The outline of a giant flaming lion formed around the long spear. It looked magnificent. Roar. The fire lion appeared lifelike and real. It raised its head and roared into the sky. What is this? Daichi's expression changed slightly. A tinge of astonishment flashed in his eyes as he noticed something. Is this an Ultima battle technique? An Ultima battle technique. Wang Ting hurriedly searched through the memories of the devouring nihility beast and found relevant information. Just as its name suggested, an Ultima battle technique merged the power of the Ultima inside. Different from normal battle techniques, Ultima battle techniques could only be executed after merging an Ultima inside. It wasn't as simple as how they instilled some of their Ultima in their skills in the past. This was a real merger, the kind that could trigger a change in quality. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. In summary, an Ultima battle technique was a powerful skill born to release the full potential of an Ultima. This was Wang Ting's first time encountering an Ultima battle technique. Ultima battle techniques were rare. They were considered a type of secret skill, so there weren't many available on the market. They were only present in ancient legacies. Besides, their execution was difficult. One needed long hours of practice and a deep understanding of their Ultima to learn the Ultima battle techniques. It was hard to believe that his three opponents had grasped an Ultima battle technique. But they were martial warriors from the Parkers, so it was reasonable that they had one. Boom. The forces in their bodies merged into the gigantic flaming lion. Then, Dragon 14 merged the fire Ultima into the lion and executed the real Ultima battle technique. In fact, only Dragon 14 had learned the Ultima battle technique, but it required a large volume of force. Thus, the three of them had to cooperate. Wang Ting looked down at his opponents grimly. This Ultima battle technique was indeed formidable. He felt a sense of threat from its powerful fluctuations. Well, let's see if their Ultima is stronger than my domain. Wang Ting's eyes glistened. A fighting spirit burned in his heart. He raised his finger. Boom. Numerous large rocks flew towards the center and started clumping together, turning into an enormous rock ball. As its shadow cast on the ground, a terrifying pressure overwhelmed the surroundings and bore down on the people below. Dragon 14 and his comrades paused involuntarily. Their pupils constricted. This domain seemed quite powerful. It didn't look like the domain of a celestial stage martial warrior. How did this bastard manage to master it? Their confidence wavered a little. Dragon 14 gritted his teeth, and his gaze turned ruthless. This was a life-or-death situation. They had no other choice. They had to take the bet. The three of them released their forces even more frantically, as if they wanted to exhaust all their energy. They wouldn't stop until they squeezed themselves dry. Outside, their Ultima battle technique would be even stronger. But in this domain where the fire force in their surroundings was blocked, they couldn't absorb more fire force. As a result, they couldn't release the full potential of this technique. This was the difference between a Cosmos stage martial warrior and a Heaven stage martial warrior. Just one domain was enough to suppress them. Wang Ting might be a celestial stage martial warrior, but with the domain, he was more powerful than any celestial stage martial warrior. Daichi, Peggy, and the others felt the pressure from both parties' attacks and retreated uncontrollably. They could sense that the battle techniques executed by the combatants were frightening. If they didn't withdraw, they might die or get heavily injured by the residual impact. The martial warriors wearing armor retreated too. Many of them were injured by the large rocks and their armors were torn and tattered. They looked miserable. Only fear remained in their hearts as they stared at the gigantic rock above them. Wang Ting was too powerful. Why did they come to assassinate him? Would the three sirs be able to defeat him? The giant rock in the sky grew larger and larger until it became a small planet. It gave off immense and terrifying pressure. The flaming lion Dragon 14 and his comrades formed was expanding too. Fire crackled around the enormous lion. It was like the King of Flames. An oppressive aura shot out from its lantern-sized eyes. Dragon 14 and his comrades reached their limit. All the forces in their bodies had been driven out. Their faces were pale and their gazes were resolute. Roaring flame lion's spear. Dragon 14 stabbed his spear out. The flaming lion roared as if it was alive and soared into the sky, shaking the heavens with its power. The flaming giant lion bellowed. Scorching heat gushed towards Wang Teng as if attempting to burn everything. Wang Teng's expression didn't change. He flung his hand down and the giant asteroid finally moved. It plummeted down with an oppressive momentum. The enormous rock shot down like a small planet, leaving a long trail of yellow light behind it. It came fast and heavy. The air around it seemed to crack under the pressure too. Boom. The next instant, both parties collided. Chapter 1240 The Loser Begs for Mercy. Wang Teng came up with an amazing scheme. 1. Boom. Explosions echoed in the entire domain. The enormous flaming tiger slammed into the asteroid. A sharp spear glow could be seen faintly in the flaming lion. Di Chi and the others looked up without blinking. They were extremely nervous. The combined Ultima battle skill of the three martial warriors was frighteningly powerful. It was able to resist Wang Ting's domain power. This was unbelievable. Crack. A clear breaking sound broke the nervous atmosphere. Then, fissures started to appear on the asteroid like spiderwebs. They started to spread. Di Chi's expression changed. He was flabbergasted. Was it going to break? Dragon 14 and his comrades were elated. They stared intently at the giant rock above. Smash it! They screamed in anger. This was their only hope. If they couldn't destroy Wang Ting's domain, they wouldn't be able to run away. Death would be their only option. Roar. The flaming lion received hope and anguish from the three martial warriors. It roared and released all its fire force. Then, it flung its head and threw itself at the enormous rock again. The spear glow stabbed into the giant rock inch by inch. More cracks appeared one by one. Bang! The next instant, the asteroid burst apart and shattered into countless broken rocks. They flew in all directions. Ha ha ha, Wang Teng, die. Dragon 14 laughed when he saw this scene. He pushed his long spear out. Boom. Following the destruction of the giant rock, the glow around the flaming lion dimmed and its power decreased. However, it still hurled toward Wang Ting at the same speed. Dragon 15 and Dragon 17 clenched their fists. They were overjoyed. Wang Ting, Di Chi and the others were agitated. However, they couldn't do anything and could only watch as the flaming lion charged toward Wang Ting. Wang Ting lowered his head and stared at the flaming lion indifferently. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes. The Ultima battle technique was indeed quite powerful. The flaming lion bellowed angrily and swallowed Wang Ting and the giant rock below him in one gulp. Boom. This attack seemed to be its last task. The flaming lion exploded as the spear glow in it stabbed at Wang Ting, who was in the center. The domain around them started collapsing. Dragon 14 and the others smiled in relief. Bang! In the end, the meteorite shower domain couldn't withstand the pressure anymore and shattered, disappearing in a sky of twinkles. Ha ha ha, Dragon 14 laughed. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. However, at this moment, a dazzling blue glow started to spread out from the center of the eruption. The blue ball of light pushed back the flames forcefully and expanded. The flames hissed and extinguished the moment they touched the blue ball of light. Domain. Dragon 14 and the others stared at the expanding blue light ball as if they had seen a ghost. Their voices turned high-pitched. This was another domain. How was this possible? They weren't the only ones. Di Chi and the others were in disbelief too. Their minds went blank. They stared at the domain absent-mindedly. Swoosh. Before their minds started working again, the blue ball of light expanded and engulfed the flames formed by the explosion of the flaming tiger. Then, everyone was encased in the domain again. The scene around them changed. This time, there were no giant rocks surrounding them. They were surrounded by a blue world made with water. Balls of water scattered around them, floating in the air and giving off a magical and mystical feel. Even the sky and the ground seemed to be made of water. No matter where everyone looked, They saw water. They felt as if they were at the bottom of the ocean. "Welcome to my water domain." Wang Ting appeared in the air, unscathed. He looked down calmly at his opponents. They got pulled into another domain the instant they saw the sky again. The feeling of getting thrown into despair right after seeing hope almost broke them down. "Why, do you have two domains?" Dragon 14's voice was hoarse and his face was pale. He couldn't accept this reality. It was already astonishing enough for a celestial stage martial warrior to have one domain. But Wang Ting had two. This didn't make sense. Dragon 17 and Dragon 15's faces turned white. He stared at Wang Ting in a daze. "It's only two domains. Why are you so surprised?" Wang Ting remained cool as a cucumber. These people were kicking up a fuss over nothing. He only showed two domains, yet they were already scared stiff. Would they pass away if he executed all his domains? "Oh right, how many domains do I have? Wait, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wang Ting counted in his heart as he looked through his attributes panel. Everyone. They felt that he was boasting. Boasting. He was outrightly boasting. What did he mean by only two domains? Di widened his eyes in disbelief. Was he really a talent? Why was Wang Ting able to have two domains at the celestial stage, but he didn't have any when he was at the cosmos stage? Chapter 1241 The Loser Begs for Mercy. Wang Ting comes up with an amazing scheme. 2. So, he was actually useless, right? Di started to doubt himself. Peggy and the others wore complicated expressions. Thinking about it carefully, Wang Ting had more than two domains. He had another black and gold domain that contained spiritual power. It was more powerful than the two domains he just executed. That meant that Wang Ting had three domains. Dragon 14 and his comrades felt hopeless. They knew that they had no chance of turning the tables. They had exhausted all the forces in their bodies, so there was nothing they could do now. "You should have surrendered earlier. Why make me act?" Wang Ting shook his head. Silence. Dragon 14 and the others didn't know what to say. They weren't willing to accept their defeat. "Who knew that you had two domains? This was too much. Let's not waste any more time. It's time to send you to death." Wang Ting's tone changed, turning cold and indifferent. The expressions on his opponents' faces changed. At this moment, dull blue drops of water appeared around Wang Ting. He waved his hand, and the droplets rained down. "Damn it, hide!" Dragon 15 shouted. Unfortunately, the droplets of water rained down like a shower. Space around them was sealed, so there was nowhere they could hide. Panic appeared on the faces of the martial warriors in battle armor. Some of them had some energy left, so they started to release their forces and formed a protective shield around them to block the water droplets. They wouldn't sit and wait for death. The water droplets were dull blue and looked harmless. Their speed wasn't as scary as the giant rock either. However, it made their hearts shudder. The water droplets were lethal in reality. A single touch and something scary might happen. Actually, it wasn't hard to understand this. They were in someone's domain. No attack was an ordinary attack. It seemed long, but everything happened in an instant. The dull blue droplets finally landed on their force defense shield. Hissing sounds were heard instantly. Their force shields were corroded instantly the moment they touched the dull blue water droplets. It was like concentrated sulfuric acid being poured on metal. Then, the water droplets dripped on their armors. Their armors were celestial stage and above, so they could resist a celestial stage attack. Yet, they were corroded instantly the moment they came into contact with the water. "What's this?" Screams of pain filled up the sky. They sounded tragic. The martial warriors started rolling on the ground and struggled frantically. Spare me. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, I surrender. The martial warriors screamed with all their might. Their armors were corroded, revealing their heavily decomposed body. They kept scratching the parts that were stained with the water. Their bones and flesh were visible due to the corrosion, but they couldn't control themselves from scratching. They wanted to stop the corrosion of the dull blue water, but it was useless. After some time, all the martial warriors turned into a pile of blood. They were dead. Water of Netherworld. This was a mysterious water that could corrode the bodies of Heaven Stage martial warriors. Dealing with these Celestial Stage martial warriors was a piece of cake. Dai and the others felt their hair standing on end. They retreated a few hundred meters back. Although no water would land in their zone, they still felt that the distance wasn't far enough. They lacked a sense of security. What if the water dropped on them? These people died a terrible death. It looked very painful. What was this dull blue water droplet? It was terrifying. Many thoughts went through Dai and others' minds. They were flabbergasted and couldn't regain their composure for a long time. Very soon, the screams disappeared. All the martial warriors that came into contact with the water were dead. None of them escaped. However, Dragon 14 and his comrades were still alive. Wang Ting just wanted to scare them, not kill them yet. That would be too easy. The three of them had a huge fright. They fell to the ground with trembling lips and white faces. Yucks, this is a little disgusting. Wang Ting looked down. It was horrendous. This was his first time using the water of Netherworld. He didn't expect the effect to be this great, scary. This didn't suit his kind image. Dai and the others stared at him speechlessly. Can you be a little more shameless? Cough. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and landed from the sky. He said to Peggy and the others, lock the three martial warriors up and bring them back. Yes. The team reacted quickly and rushed forward. They grabbed Dragon 14 and his comrades and used the rune chains to seal their forces so that they wouldn't escape. The three of them didn't resist, allowing the team to do whatever they wanted. They didn't even dare to look at Wang Ting. They were afraid that this god of death would give them a droplet of water. Major Wang Ting, what should we do with Wendell? Peggy asked. Wendell was still beside Wang Ting. However, his head wasn't buried in the rock anymore. It was submerged in a water bubble. Martial warriors could hold their breaths in the water for a long time. The prerequisite was, they mustn't be forcefully pushed into the water. Besides, this person was a master who had a profound understanding of the power of water. Chapter 1242 The Loser Begs for Mercy. Wang Ting came up with an amazing scheme. 3. Wendell was in this state. He wasn't in danger, but he didn't feel good. Strings of water were seeping in and out of his nose, mouth, ears, and even his eyes. This feeling. It was like tiny centipedes roaming around his 5 sensory organs. Just thinking about it was enough to make people tremble. Wang Ting waved his hand. The water bubble disappeared, along with the domain. Wendell fell to the ground. He clutched his throat and coughed continuously. Panting like a dog, he looked miserable. Wang Ting squatted down and patted his back. He asked in concern, "Are you all right?" "You, what do you want?" Wendell jumped in fright. He plonked on the ground and crawled backward with his arms and legs. He saw what happened a moment ago. To him, Wang Ting was a murderer who killed without batting an eyelid. Getting stuck in the water bubble was torture. He didn't understand how Wang Ting came up with such evil methods. This person didn't have any good thoughts. Wang Ting, Dai and others. This fellow seemed a little crazy. Did he become stupid because of the scare? Am I so scary? Wang Ting turned to ask his team. "Temph, don't you know it yourself?" Dai snorted. "Coward." Wang Ting kicked Wendell. Wendell. He wanted to retort. Who could withstand such suffering? "All right, bring him back. I want to see what the Parkers will do this time." Wang Ting scoffed. Wendell was in despair. His eyes turned lifeless. He knew that he was finished. His future was destroyed, and his family would abandon him. The hard work he put in on number 29 defense planet came to nothing. He shuddered at the thought. Wendell was filled with regret. He shouldn't have ambushed Wang Ting. He shouldn't have used this method to take revenge on him. He shouldn't have made Wang Ting his enemy. Everything he did, everything he was proud of, was nothing in front of Wang Teng. He had no right to be his enemy. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. He knew that he was weaker than Wang Teng, but he wasn't convinced. That was why he paid a huge price. He lost everything because of it. Unfortunately, his regret came a little late. No. He wasn't convinced. He didn't want to end his future like this. Wang Teng, let me go. I won't dare to give you trouble anymore. Wendell gave up his dignity and hugged Wang Teng's thigh as he begged for mercy. Everyone was appalled. Was this the unruly and arrogant raging wolf they knew? He was begging for mercy at Wang Teng's feet like a loser. Contempt flashed in Peggy's eyes. She was right. Wendell wasn't a reliable superior. A real warrior would never lose their dignity. They wouldn't beg for mercy like Wendell. Go away. Aren't you disgusting? Why are you hugging my leg? Wang Teng kicked Wendell away in disdain. He didn't expect this fellow to plead using this method. Didn't he find it embarrassing? Wang Teng, let me go. I'll do anything if you let me go. Wendell didn't care how others looked at him. He didn't care if Wang Teng found him disgusting either. He just wanted to survive. Wang Teng dodged hurriedly, afraid that he would hug his leg again. He wouldn't let a man hug his thigh. Huh. Wait, you can do anything? Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He touched his chin. Yes. I can do anything. I can do anything as long as you forgive me this time. Wendell hurriedly nodded when he saw Wang Teng's attitude softening. He didn't care what his motive was. Cough, get up first, Wang Teng said to him. He thought of something. Wang Teng, are you really going to let him go? Di frowned. Wendell had no dignity since he hugged his leg and begged for mercy. If Wang Teng let him go, he might take revenge when he had the ability to. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Wang Teng smiled. Di didn't know that he had enchantment skill. It could finally be put to use. Wendell was his first experiment subject. The Parkers, HMPH. Wang Teng had an amazing scheme, scratch that, plan. Chapter 1243. A fire and ice combo doesn't seem bad. Seeing that Wang Teng had his own ideas, Di didn't say anything. Besides, based on his understanding of Wang Teng, he believed that he wasn't a brainless person that would simply release a tiger back into the forest. He was probably up to something evil again. Di looked at Wang Teng suspiciously and felt that the smile on Wang Teng's face was a little weird. Wendell didn't notice Wang Teng's expression. But he was ecstatic to learn that he was going to let him go. Thank you. I will never go against you again. I will ask my family to transfer me away from the number 29 defense planet. I will never show up in front of you again. Very good. You're smart. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. Then, can I go? Wendell asked cautiously. Wang Teng looked at him blankly with a straight face. Wendell was startled. He didn't know what Wang Teng had in his mind and asked nervously, "What else do you have for me?" "I said I was going to let you go, but I didn't say that I was going to let you go just like that." Yes. Wendell's heart thumped, but he didn't dare to refute him and nodded repeatedly. "Go wait at the side. When it's time to let you go, I will do so." After Wang Teng finished speaking, he looked at his team. "Keep an eye on him. If he's disobedient, break his 3 legs. 3 legs. Yes." Peggy nodded in response with a strange expression. Arwen and the others rubbed their hands in excitement as they looked at Wendell's lower body. Wendell clamped his legs subconsciously and shook his head in horror, expressing that he would never run away. He didn't dare to run. After being tortured by Wang Teng several times, he felt that he might live longer if he didn't try to escape. As a result, he stood aside obediently. Di looked at Wendell and felt complicated. Wendell's strength was about the same as his and he had always fought against him. But now, Wendell became a prisoner who gave up his dignity in order to survive. The world was indeed unpredictable. No one knew what would happen in the future. Di couldn't help but think about himself. Was the gap between him and Wang Ting starting to widen? Back when Wang Ting first came to number 4 defense planet, he still needed his help to repel his pursuers from Olant Federation. Yet now, he had already been overtaken, and the gap wasn't small either. However, he didn't know that Wendell was sneaked upon because he was careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught so easily. In terms of strength, the gap between them wasn't that wide. The only difference was that Wang Ting had too many skills and trump cards, unlike anyone else. Besides, many of these trump cards were very powerful and could pose a threat to even Heaven Stage martial warriors. It made the upper limit of Wang Teng's combat power much higher. Wang Teng didn't say much when he saw that Wendell had become obedient. He glanced around and began to pick up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire, * 1300 Constellation Force, Fire, * 1000 Celestial Realm Spirit * 500 Roaring Flame Lion Spear * 800 Fire Ultima * 1200 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment * 600 Constellation Force, Fire, * 1200 Constellation Force, Earth, * 1400 Celestial Realm Spirit * 200 Constellation Force, Wood, * 1100. A large wave of attribute bubbles swarmed over and merged into Wang Teng's body. He realized that besides the dragons, the other martial warriors had different elements as well. Wang Teng collected a variety of Constellation Force attributes, but they were mostly of the 5 elements. They weren't that many either. Attribute bubbles dropped by dozens of Celestial Stage martial warriors were not enough to help Wang Teng currently. The only special thing was the Constellation Wind Force, which was dropped when Di Chi was fighting. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, it wasn't a lot. There were just over 3,000 points, not enough for Wang Teng to advance. There were also more than 5,000 points of the spirit attribute that merged into Wang Teng's spirit and became part of it. He then glanced at the attributes panel and stopped paying attention. The spirit attribute stayed the same as before, only becoming purer. Wang Teng felt that he was in dire need of a scripture to refine his spirit. But he understood that a scripture like that was rare and tightly regulated. It was only in the hands of those above the universe stage. That was because only martial warriors who had reached that stage would need to refine their spirit. Wang Teng got this information from the devouring nihility beast's memory. Basically, starting from the universe stage, one would pay attention to the improvement of one's spirit. This was because in the later stages, it wasn't as simple as transforming one's body. The spirit and soul needed to transform as well. The body and soul had to fit together well. Otherwise, if the body was too powerful, the soul wouldn't be able to control it. Consequently, some powerful secret techniques wouldn't be able to be executed. And if the soul was too powerful, the body might not be able to hold the soul and collapse. The latter was relatively rare. After all, it was extremely difficult to increase the power of one's spirit and soul. No one could improve the power of their spirit and soul recklessly to such an extent. Even for Wang Teng, improving his spirit and soul had to be within a certain parameter and not to be exceeded. He was being held back by the celestial realm spirit. There were many disciples of powerful martial warriors who would refine their spirit under their elders' arrangements when they were just celestial stage martial warriors. They had the opportunity to experience spirit refinement in advance. However, these people were rarely seen as well. They were either well protected or just didn't appear in the eyes of ordinary people. In conclusion, Wang Ting had no chance to farm from them. At least he hadn't encountered one yet. Maybe Di Chi had a scripture. After all, he was a descendant of the Cavendish family. However, Wang Ting couldn't ask him for it. Even if he had, it was the family's secret and had nothing to do with him. I wonder if there's any spirit refinement technique in the devouring nihility beast's memory. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. The devouring nihility beast's memory was huge, and he didn't have the time to digest it completely. There might be something unexpected in it. If it didn't work, he could just find a few descendants of the Parkers and try. For example, Andre was a good target for attributes. If his plan worked, he could plant a nail in the Parkers family, and it would be much more convenient to do things. Wang Teng stopped thinking about it and looked at the other attribute bubbles. What followed was enlightenment and talent attributes. It was a pity that these people were not very talented and had no meaning to Wang Teng. The final two attributes were Fire Ultima and Roaring Flame Lion Spear. The two attribute bubbles were from Dragon 14 and the other two. There were a total of 4,350 points of Fire Ultima attributes. Wang Ting's mastery of Fire Ultima had already reached the 8th level. With this addition, although the level remained the same, he gained a deeper understanding of it. The other attribute bubble surprised Wang Ting. Roaring Flame Lion Spear. That was Dragon 14 and the other two's Ultima battle technique. Wang Ting was quite envious of this Ultima battle technique. After all, it was enough for them to compete with the power of his domain, showcasing its power. A memory emerged in Wang Ting's mind. After a long while, he opened his eyes, and a trace of crimson light flashed in his eyes. He had a basic understanding of this battle technique. It fuses with Ultima to attack. I see. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He then looked at his attributes panel. Roaring Flame Lion Spear, 1000, specialized, 800 points of Roaring Flame Lion Spear were enough for Wang Ting to advance it to the specialized stage directly. He was satisfied with this Ultima battle technique. Although it was a spear technique, he could still use it. Wang Ting's spear talent was at the imperial level. It wasn't weak. Furthermore, he had already mastered several spear techniques and wasn't unfamiliar with spears. However, he had always used swords and rarely used spears. Now that he had a powerful spear battle technique, he didn't mind using it once in a while. He remembered that he had obtained the universe-level Ice Devil spear battle technique from the Ice Fairy. It was a powerful battle technique as well. He had a fire element spear technique and an ice element spear technique. A fire and ice combo didn't seem not bad. Chapter 1244. By planting a nail today, he will receive many nails in the future. 1. After picking up the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng went back to the battlecraft with his team members and continued their journey to the main base. The appearance of Wendell and the assassins had wasted much of their time. If not, they would have been back at the base already. Major Wang Teng, we found this in our surroundings, Peggy walked over and said while holding a device in her hand. Signal interference device. Wang Teng recognized it the instant he saw it. This was the device that Dragon 14 mentioned. It was a round metallic device the size of a basketball. He could feel the strange fluctuations coming out of it. They had a strong interference effect on the transmission of the signals. Yes. The quality of this device isn't low. It's able to interfere with the signals sent by a heaven-level spacecraft, Peggy replied. Oh. Wang Teng was surprised. Interrupt the signal of a heaven-level spacecraft? This device was of high quality. Moreover, Peggy and the others discovered not one but 3 of these devices. The enemy had formed a triangle with them in the center. No signals could be sent out. That meant that if Wendell and the assassins had succeeded, they would die silently without anyone knowing. No one would discover them for some time. This time interval was enough for Dragon 14 and his team to leave the number 29 defense planet quietly. Never underestimate the ability of a powerful family. They had ways and avenues to send their people out. The Parkers have put in a lot of effort to kill you, Daichi said. These are mine now. Wang Teng smiled, then said to Peggy, keep them. He appeared unaffected, but no one knew what was on his mind. Peggy nodded and kept the devices. Oh right, prepare a room. I want to talk to Wendell privately. Wang Teng gave Wendell an amiable smile. Wendell shuddered instantly. This is frightening. What does this devil want? The battlecraft wasn't small, so there were many individual rooms on it. Peggy prepared a room quickly and Wang Teng brought Wendell in. Then, he closed the door. Peggy, Daichi, and the others were curious. They wondered why Wang Teng brought Wendell in. Was it just a simple interrogation? Was he going to do something strange? They exchanged glances and turned their heads away in unplanned unison. It was better not to know too much about their boss. The more they knew, the faster they would die. In the room, Wang Ting found a chair and sat down. Wendell sat obediently in front of him. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Do you know why I kept you alive? Wang Ting poured himself a cup of golden fruit juice and twirled the cup slowly. He took a sip. He had snatched this fruit juice from Di. He had been eyeing it for a long time. He saved Di recently, so he took the chance to knock some money from him. The taste was indeed exceptional. It was different from the one he drank in the virtual universe. I don't know. Wendell hesitated. Oh, you really don't know? Wang Ting gave him an ambiguous smile. Wendell felt his head going numb. It was extremely uncomfortable. He could only reply stiffly, You want me to be your informer? You're not stupid. Wang Ting smiled. Then, his voice turned cold. Not just an informer. I want you to become a nail that stabs right into the heart of the Parkers. Wendell raised his head abruptly. He stared at the young man in front of him in astonishment. What a bold fellow. He wanted to take down the Parkers. Wendell's face turned pale. He understood Wang Ting's plans. As an informer, he only needed to provide information to Wang Ting. But he wanted him to be a nail, one that stabbed the heart of the Parkers. What did this mean? Wendell wasn't stupid. He understood that Wang Ting didn't just want information. He wanted the entire family. He wished to destroy the Parkers. Wendell stared at the calm face in front of him. This was absurd. It was like an ant trying to shake the sky. This was the only thought echoing in his mind. How humorous and naive. This fellow doesn't know how frightening the Parkers family is. The assassins sent to kill Wang Ting aren't even the tip of the iceberg of the Parkers. They are nothing. What right does Wang Ting have to fight with my family? Does he think he can fight with us after killing some martial warriors? Wang Ting knew what Wendell was thinking from his expression. Anyone would feel that he was overestimating himself when he said he wanted to deal with the Parkers. They would think he had a death wish. But he didn't care. He wouldn't explain to Wendell either. You don't want to do it? Wang Ting asked calmly. If you don't, there's no reason to keep you alive. No. Wendell jumped in fright. His expression changed, and he hurriedly shook his head. Chapter 1245. By planting a nail today, he will receive many nails in the future. 2. Either way, he needed to pacify this guy first. Who knew if he would do something horrible to him? Wendell had had enough of the torture. He didn't want to experience the suffering again. He could regurgitate Wang Ting's plans to his family members after he went back and take the chance to make amends for his failure. As for being Wang Ting's informer or nail, he didn't have any interest. If his life wasn't in Wang Ting's hands, he wouldn't be willing to say another word to this maniac. But there was no choice now. He could only comply with him. Can you change the condition? You know how powerful the Parkers family is. There's no point in doing this, Wendell said. The show must go on. If he agreed immediately, Wang Ting wouldn't believe him. You're not the one who will decide if there's a point in doing this or not, Wang Ting replied calmly. But my current status in the family isn't high. It's unrealistic for me to penetrate right into the heart of the Parkers. Since I chose you, I'll raise your status. It will be higher than now. Wendell was flabbergasted. He felt that Wang Ting had gone crazy. What right did he have to say such words? Raise his status? Who did he think he was? Wendell felt that he had worked extremely hard all these years to get to this position and could be considered a leading member of his family. However, considering the overall picture, he was just a small potato. Wang Ting was an outsider and a baron of the empire. His status wasn't that high either. Wasn't he afraid of slapping his own face when he said such things? So, do you agree? Wang Ting asked. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes as he stared straight into Wendell's eyes. Wendell was stunned when he saw Wang Ting's gaze. He felt that something was amiss, but when he looked again, everything was normal. Tell me your decision. Can I even reject it? Wendell gave a bitter smile and submitted to fate. Good. Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. Then, he smiled and asked, "You won't betray me when you leave me, right?" "I won't. If I betray you, I'll get devoured by a dark apparition and die an ignominious death." Wendell's heart skipped a beat. He quickly made an oath, afraid that Wang Teng wouldn't believe him. "You're quite tough on yourself." Wang Teng stared at him strangely. Then, he continued, "Remember, from now on, I'm your master. You can only be loyal to me." "Yes." Wendell swallowed the humiliation forcefully and replied while looking at the ground. The instant he finished speaking, his mind turned blank. His vision blurred for a split second. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, success. A smile crept up the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He was using the enchantment skill from the start. The effects seemed not bad. He planted the seed silently, so Wendell didn't notice anything. The seed acted like a psychological suggestion. It would sprout and grow in Wendell's mind, controlling his thoughts and turning him into Wang Teng's slave. He couldn't use the spiritual mark to carry out this plan. Those formidable martial warriors in the Parker's family could find these marks easily. Only a skill like enchantment, which wouldn't leave any traces, could escape their eyes. How would Wang Teng know that the enchantment skill was successful? That was simple. Once the seed was planted, Wang Teng would detect a faint connection. This was proof that his execution was a success. No one could fool him. "You can leave. Call Dragon 14 and his comrades in." Wang Teng waved his hand. He would plant more enchantment seeds in Dragon 14 and his comrades. 2 hours later, Wang Teng and his team arrived at the main base. The battlecraft landed on the field. Then, the team alighted. Before they reached the main base, Wang Teng released Wendell and the others. He activated the enchantment seed planted in them. Now, they were his slaves. It was time to start his plan. By planting a nail today, he would receive many nails in the future. Wang Teng chuckled in his heart. Dai Chi and the others didn't understand what Wang Teng wanted to do. They only knew that he released the captives after talking to them. No one knew what happened in the room. Did they reach an obscure agreement? Dai Chi was extremely curious, but no matter how he asked, Wang Teng just replied to him with a mysterious smile. He was aching to know but couldn't do anything. Although Peggy and the others were curious too, they didn't ask. They would always carry out Wang Teng's orders firmly with trust. The moment Wang Teng came back, General Cameron wanted to meet him. However, they didn't meet in his office. They headed to another place. Wang Teng followed behind Adjutant Song and asked, "Adjutant Song, why is General Cameron meeting me in another place?" "You'll know when you get there." Adjutant Song gave an ambiguous smile. There seemed to be a tinge of envy in his eyes. "All right." Wang Teng knew that he wouldn't get anything out of him, so he shook his head and kept quiet. Chapter 1246. By planting a nail today, he will receive many nails in the future. 3. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a large door. Adjutant Song knocked on it. "Come in." General Cameron's voice came from inside. Adjutant Song opened the door and raised his hand to invite Wang Teng in. Wang Teng tidied his uniform and stepped inside. He glanced around him and realized that he was in a spacious hall. The white lights lit up the entire hall brightly. There was a long wooden table in the middle of the hall. Many figures were sitting properly around it. Wang Teng was stunned by this scene. What was going on? Why were there so many people? He didn't recognize anyone beside General Cameron. The people in the hall were sizing up Wang Teng too. Their gazes were all different. Curious, intense, disdain. They were dumbstruck by Wang Teng's appearance. He was too young. Insanely young. Was he honestly so powerful? But his aura was indeed exceptional. One could feel his confidence and composure even though he was just standing there. "Major Wang Teng, please come in. We're all waiting for you." General Cameron was sitting in the host seat. He had a small smile on his face when he looked at Wang Teng. Everyone was astounded when they saw his expression. The serious and starchy General Cameron smiled because of Wang Teng. This was unbelievable. Wang Teng didn't feel anything. He had regained his composure by now and walked calmly into the hall. "Have a seat." General Cameron pointed at an empty seat at the end of the table. There were 3 seats there. A middle-aged man was already sitting on the seat to the left. The middle and right seats were empty. "Come and read on our website Wuxia World site." Thanks. Wang Ting sat in the middle seat. The middle-aged man sat properly while facing the front. Even when Wang Ting sat down beside him, he didn't show any signs of curiosity. He continued facing straight. "General Crofts, is Wendell back?" General Cameron nodded at Wang Ting before turning to ask the elder sitting on the 7th seat to his right. Crofts remained expressionless, but he was raging in his heart. He knew that Wendell would attack Wang Ting. Since he came back safely, it meant that Wendell had failed. How could he not be angry? This plan was supposed to be foolproof, but look at the result. Useless. Useless. A bunch of useless idiots. He took a deep breath and got up. "Please pardon me. I'll come back immediately. Looks like you're going to contact the other candidate." General Cameron nodded. Wang Ting squinted and looked at Crofts. From Crofts and General Cameron's conversation, he knew that this guy was the spokesperson for the Parkers on number 29 Defense Planet. At the same time, he was the mastermind behind sending Wendell to attack him. Crofts walked out of the hall and came back quickly. He continued to put on his poker face, but everyone could feel his suppressed emotions. "Wendell dropped out," he said. "Oh?" General Cameron glanced at him in shock. "He gave up." Crofts was determined to get the commander's position for the Tiger Strike Force. Why did he give up so easily? Dropped out. The other people were flabbergasted too. They stared at Crofts in bewilderment, wondering what reason he had to give up this fight. The man sitting beside Wang Ting raised his head and finally revealed a hint of astonishment. His calmness was gone. As for Wang Ting, he had a strange smile at the corner of his lips. Chapter 1247. Are you sure? 3 candidates. Everyone was surprised by the sudden withdrawal of one of the candidates. The smile on Wang Ting's face disappeared within a split second. No one noticed it. General Cameron was attracted by this piece of news, so he didn't notice Wang Ting's expression either. If he did, he would guess that it had something to do with him. Crofts went back to his seat silently after announcing the news. Although this fight had nothing to do with the Parkers now, it would be impolite and inappropriate to leave immediately. Besides, Wang Ting was still one of the candidates. The other candidate was the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force, Huochia. He was a favorable candidate. It was still not confirmed if Wang Ting would get the commander's position. Crofts had the right to vote. He could vote for Huochia and make some trouble for Wang Ting. "Everyone, since Wendell has given up the chance to fight for the commander's position, we will decide between Major Wang Ting and Colonel Huochia," General Cameron said after coughing to attract everyone's attention. No one had any objections. Wang Ting scanned their surroundings. He finally knew why so many people were mobilized. It was to find the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. General Dart had told him about this matter in the past, but Wang Ting didn't think that it would happen so quickly. He thought that he had to wait for some time. Moreover, he was one of the candidates. He blinked and understood why Wendell decided to act on his way back to the main base. It was for this. Wendell knew his ability, so he had no confidence. That was why he chose to take the risk and find someone to get rid of him. If he succeeded, with the help of the Parkers, he would have an 80% chance of getting this position. Brutal. Wang Ting snorted in his heart. After experiencing all these situations, he understood how filthy and despicable these noble families were. Never take any chances with them. Wang Ting warned himself. So based on what we have decided, Major Wang Ting and Colonel Huochia will have a duel. The winner will be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force, General Cameron continued. Duel. Wang Ting was stunned. Why are we using such a method to decide the commander's position? This is like child's play. We have seen your resume. Both of you have pros and cons, that's why we agreed to let your abilities be the deciding factor, General Cameron explained. He understood what Wang Ting was thinking. Wang Ting nodded in deep thought. Since there's no objection, let's head to the arena, General Cameron said. Wang Teng and Hua Qia had no objections. Everyone left the spacious hall and headed to the field. The group attracted many people's attention on their way. The martial warriors around them stopped walking and saluted, sending them off with their eyes. It's hard to see these generals normally. Why are they together today? Is there something happening? Look, isn't that the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force? It's him. I heard that the commander of the Tiger Strike Force has been promoted. Are they competing for the commander's position? The martial warriors around them discussed in low voices. They quickly found the reason behind the gathering and got excited. Hence, they followed the crowd. Soon, they arrived at the field. General Cameron and the others didn't stop the martial warriors from looking on. Watching a duel between powerful martial warriors was invigorating and could lift the morale of military martial warriors. Also, this duel would decide who would be the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. Having more martial warriors as witnesses would help the winner in controlling the Tiger Strike Force in the future. There were many arenas in one corner of the field. These were for normal duels. Wang Teng and Hua Qia stood opposite each other in an arena. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. A pile of martial warriors was gathered around them. They were burning with excitement. However, many of them were unfamiliar with Wang Teng, so discussions were heard continuously. That's Major Wang Ting, right? Wang Ting? Major? Who's that? I don't know him. I know. I just came back from the third front line. Major Wang Ting made a name for himself this time. F***K, tell me more. How did he make a name for himself? Come closer. I'll tell you secretly. What do you want to do? I'm not gay. If there's something, tell me directly. Don't whisper into my ears. Silence. Weird conversations were heard occasionally. It sounded a little inappropriate, but Wang Ting's achievements started spreading through the crowd like wildfire. Many people widened their eyes in disbelief. He helped General Dart from the third front line kill a mid-tier Devil Emperor. Was it true? Major Wang Ting seemed to be a celestial stage martial warrior. How could a celestial stage martial warrior threaten a mid-tier Devil Emperor? This sounded absurd. Emotions were ignited after the news spread. The atmosphere became even more heated. Some believed while others were in doubt. Discussions filled up the field. But as more and more people confirmed his achievements, the crowd started to believe it. There was no point in hiding such matters. No one would make a joke about this, so the reliability was quite high. The strong were always respected by the martial warriors. Everyone started to look at Wang Ting in a different light. This young major looked like a formidable character. Hua Qia stood opposite Wang Teng. He didn't know anything about Wang Ting's abilities or achievements. Hence, when he heard that he was fighting for the commander's position with a newbie who had only executed 3 missions, he got furious. He felt humiliated. He had been the deputy regimental commander of the Tiger Strike Force for a long time and made many great contributions to the military. He was also extremely familiar with the troop. By right, after the commander left, he was the best choice. He didn't expect these 2 airdrops. One was from the Parkers, so his background was powerful. He didn't hear about the background of the other person, but he was a newbie. If he could have a place in this fight, it meant that his connections were not bad either. He would stand on his hands if Wang Teng didn't have any connections. Hua Qia couldn't get over it. When Wendell gave up his chance, he was surprised because he didn't understand his decision. But at the same time, he was furious. He came and left whenever he wanted. What did he treat the Tiger Strike Force as? Hua Qia had put a lot of effort into the Tiger Strike Force, so he had strong feelings toward it. That was why he detested Wendell and Wang Ting, who treated the Tiger Strike Force as something to play with. When he heard the discussions of the people below, he was stunned. How could a martial warrior who killed a mid-tier Devil Emperor be a newbie? There seemed to be some misunderstanding. What did he say just now? Did he say he would stand on his hands? No, He didn't say that. Hua Qia shook his head to clear his random thoughts. Since this young man was powerful, he mustn't let down his guard. He couldn't hand over the Tiger Strike Force to another person. I don't care who you are or what background you have. The commander of the Tiger Strike Force can only be me, Hua Qia said to Wang Teng. So? Wang Teng replied calmly. So, I will defeat you. Hua Qia stared at Wang Teng intently. I'm at the 7th level of the Cosmos stage, but my combat prowess is much higher. You're only at the Celestial stage. You won't have a chance no matter what methods you use. Are you sure? Wang Teng smiled. 7th level of the Cosmos stage? He just defeated 3 martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage. Furthermore, one of them possessed the Ultima. How was Hua Qia compared to them? Chapter 1248. Oh no, I used a bit too much force. Are you sure? Di Chi, Peggy, and the others also received the news that Wang Teng was dueling with Hua Qia, so they rushed over quickly. This was an important matter. How could they not watch it? The moment they arrived at the arena, they heard Hua Qia and Wang Teng's conversation. They stared at one another with strange expressions. Hua Qia hadn't understood the current situation. He didn't know Wang Teng's achievements, but they did. Honestly, a martial warrior at the 7th level of the Cosmos stage might not be able to defeat Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng had just been through a huge war at the 3rd frontline and survived an assassination by Wendell. He had fought 2 hard battles, so he must be quite exhausted. Was it all right for him to compete now? They started to worry. Hua Qia frowned when he saw Wang Teng's calm expression. Was he looking down on him? HMPH, conceited. Your ability will speak for you. Hua Qia snorted. He stopped wasting time and took off his outerwear. He wasn't wearing armor, so his muscular upper body was revealed. Boom. Suddenly, an intense aura erupted from his body. He seemed like a ferocious tiger that was let out of its cage. The muscles on his body bulged out and expanded many times. His height rose too. Hua Qia was originally 59 inch. This was the height of a normal person. Yet, he had grown to more than 13 feet tall now. He was akin to a little giant. His arm alone was thicker than Wang Teng's thigh. Veins popped up on his face, and hot air was blowing out from his nose. He huffed and puffed, just like a steam locomotive. Damn, shape-shifting. Wang Teng stared with surprise. He didn't expect that Hua Qia was also a martial warrior who focused on cultivating his body. This is interesting. It's here. It's here. That's it. What? What's that? It's Hua Qia's strongest battle technique, Savage Elephant Form. You don't know this? Your news source is too outdated. Savage Elephant Form. It looks really powerful. Of course it is. Hua Qia has never been defeated by anyone of the same stage. Others will be thrashed by him once he starts using Savage Elephant Form. It is said that Hua Qia defeated martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos stage using Savage Elephant Form. The opponent was even beaten into a pulp and almost cried. Major Wang Ting is done for. He's just a celestial stage martial warrior. I heard that Major Wang Ting relied on a sneak attack to defeat the mid-tier Devil Emperor using his ultimate move. Something like that definitely requires a charge-up time. In a duel like this, Hua Qia wouldn't let him have the time to prepare such an attack. He's probably finished. Many people knew Hua Qia well and were even familiar with his famous battle technique. Seeing that Hua Qia was using his strongest battle technique as soon as he went up, they couldn't help but mourn for Wang Teng. They all looked down on him and believed that he had no chance of winning. Any normal person would make a similar judgment. After all, the difference between a 7th level Cosmos stage martial warrior and one who was at the peak of the Celestial stage was too huge. On the other side, the few powerful generals were discussing the duel as well. Hua Qia is really strong. Has cultivated his Savage Elephant Form to a high level. General Qi Yuanju nodded in approval. Savage Elephant Form cultivates the body. Hua Qia has immersed himself in this technique for several years and has already trained his body to extremes. Even martial warriors who have just advanced to the heaven stage would have to spend effort in breaking his defenses. This Wang Teng, the man who spoke, was an old man. He was also a major general. He shook his head and didn't think much of Wang Ting. General Yu Keri is right. After all, Wang Ting is just a celestial stage martial warrior. A female martial warrior commented. General Crofts, what do you think? General Chi Yuanju suddenly turned his head and asked Crofts. I'll just stand and watch. Crofts' face was void of emotion. He was uncertain about Wang Teng's strength now. He had sent dozens of celestial stage martial warriors and 3 peak cosmos stage martial warriors to kill him, but they all failed. Coupled with the report that was provided previously by the family, he wasn't sure of his true strength. Everyone. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise came from the arena. Hu Qia stomped hard and disappeared from his spot, charging at Wang Teng. Here we go. Everyone was invigorated and looked over intently. In that instant, Hu Qia was like a colossal mammoth as he came crashing over, generating a huge impact. Wang Teng, who stood in front of him, had the strongest feeling. Hu Qia's aura was surging toward him. It wasn't just a simple aura that emerged from his powerful body. There was an overpowering battle intent in it. Hu Qia had been through countless battles, which was why he could accumulate his battle intent to such a terrifying level. If ordinary martial warriors faced such him, their bodies would become stiff, and they might even shake controllably. However, it wasn't enough to affect Wang Teng. Since his time on Earth till now, he had been through many battles as well and had already accumulated countless battlefield awareness attribute bubbles, even perfecting them. For a person with perfected battlefield awareness, battle intent was nothing to be afraid of. Wang Teng was thinking about another problem. Should I use dragon blood battle physique? Or ancient god's body? How about both? Both battle techniques were powerful, but he had never used them together. Hu Qia specialized in physical strength, and he was a 7th level Cosmos stage martial warrior as well. His body was extremely strong. This was the first time that Wang Ting had encountered someone like him. He was a little excited. I'll just use both together. Wang Ting made a decision. Where are you looking? Just at this moment, a fierce roar was heard. Hu Qia had already closed the gap and rushed in front of Wang Ting. He then stomped down 5 meters away and leaped into the sky. The huge body cast a shadow that shrouded Wang Teng. He clenched his right fist and a yellow fist condensed and mercilessly blasted down toward Wang Teng's head. Bang! There was a sonic boom. Wang Ting raised his head, and the terrifying wind blew his hair to the back. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. However, his eyes were unwavering and his face was calm as before, without showing any signs of panic. Ancient God's Body, activate. Dragon Blood Battle Physique, activate. Almost instantly, Wang Teng activated the 2 physiques. There was a loud roar. Flames swept out of Wang Teng's body and coiled around him like a green dragon. The emerald glazed flame, and on the body of the green dragon were 3 special flames that covered it like they were its scales. Star Phoenix Flame. Scorching Beast Flame. Ocean Whale Flame. The onlookers were stunned. The green dragon let out a bellow as it soared into the sky. It then swooped down and merged into Wang Teng's body. Wang Teng's figure then slowly emerged. There were dragon-like flame patterns on his whole body, including his face. The patterns covered his clothes and lower body as well. There was only one exception. There was a mysterious mark between his eyebrows. The patterns formed by the emerald-glazed flame were different. The mark between the eyebrows was golden, which was extremely striking. Croft's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Why was the battle technique displayed by Wang Ting so similar to their family's dragon blood battle physique? He couldn't be sure. Although it looked similar, there were some differences. Especially the golden mark between Wang Ting's eyes. Their family's dragon blood battle physique didn't have that. The duel below didn't stop, no matter how shocked Crofts was. It might seem long, but all these changes only happened in the blink of an eye. Before Huoqiao could land his fist, he noticed Wang Ting's changes and the horrifying aura that erupted from his body. His expression changed suddenly, and his pupils shrank. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable. However, there was no turning back. He couldn't stop. He howled in anger and mobilized all the strength in his body to gather on his fist before slamming it down. A green flame flashed in Wang Ting's eyes as he gazed directly at the fist. His own right fist suddenly erupted into flames, condensing into a green flaming fist. There was a little golden light on the flaming fist, along with red and blue intertwined in it. He then punched out. Boom! The green flame collided with the yellow fist that blasted down from above. There was a huge explosion, and terrifying force swept across the surroundings, causing the defensive cover of the arena to shake continuously. It seemed as though it might not be able to withstand the powerful force of the impact and would shatter. Everyone gasped and widened their eyes. Oh my God! General Cameron and the others were also shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Boom! The yellow fist couldn't withstand the force from the green flaming fist and shattered. There was an explosion. A figure flew out and slammed hard on the defensive cover. The body then rolled down and hit the hard arena ground with a loud bang. Silence. There was dead silence all around. Everyone stared blankly at the figure that flew out. Their brains couldn't work for a while. It was Huoqiao. He was sent flying into the air. And he was sent flying just by pure strength. This wasn't right. Didn't they say that he was strong and frighteningly powerful? That was it. Who was the Cosmos Stage martial warrior? They even suspected that Huoqiao and Wang Ting had swapped bodies and looked different. Otherwise, how was Wang Ting, a celestial stage martial warrior, able to have such terrifying power? Third. Footsteps were heard. Surrounded by green flames, a figure walked out from the aftermath. It was like the fire god had descended. Oh no, I used a bit too much force. Wang Ting looked at Huoqiao on the ground. Everyone. This sentence wasn't offensive, but it was extremely insulting. Everyone was speechless. He used a bit too much force. Did he misunderstand the meaning of those words? So, what do you think of Wang Ting's ability? General Cameron smiled as he asked the people beside him. Chi Yuanju, Yu Kerry, and the other generals were speechless. The muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, they were saying that Wang Ting had no chance and he wasn't Huoqiao's match. Look at the result. Slap. This was a tight slap in their faces. The generals felt their faces turning red. They wished they could retract their words. Croft's face was black. He glared at the young figure in the arena in astonishment. Why was this young brat so strong? He couldn't accept this reality. He finally understood why Dragon 14 failed in his mission. With his ability, it was possible for him to resist a martial warrior at the peak of the Cosmos Stage. Wang Ting couldn't remain alive. It would be a catastrophe for the Parkers if he went on to become a Heaven Stage or a Universe Stage martial warrior. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.